Okay, good evening. Oh, wait. One, two. Here. Good evening. I'd like to call to order a meeting of the Cunningham Township Board. Before we begin, I do want to note that we have two meetings and a meeting within a meeting tonight. So we're beginning with the regular meeting of the Cunningham Township Board, Monday, March 25th, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu, Mr. Evans,
Here.
Miss Hersey, Miss Colasetti,
Here.
Miss Bishop, Miss Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Marlin,
Here.
Supervisor Chenoweth,
Present.
Assessor Owana.
Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes from the, do we have the minutes? January 16th, 2024, and February 12th, 2024. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Seconded by Jaya. Are there any substantial corrections? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion passes. Are there any additions to the agenda? No additions. Public participation. If anyone wishes to address the Cunningham Town Board, please step forward to the mic. Looks like no public participation. We'll move on to committee to verify bills.
Okay, so this last month, we had $65,030.04 in the town fund and expenditures. In the general assistance fund, we had $225,665.55. The total expenditures were $290,695.59. And the bills are in your packet, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about them.
Any questions? There are no questions. I'll have a motion to approve the bills.
I'll move to approve the bills.
There's a second.
Second.
Moved by James, seconded by Jaya. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Miss Colasetti,
Yes.
Miss Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
That motion passes. Reports of officers.
So I just want to point out in the memo this month, a couple of things. We did have a pretty significant number of applications that have been received and processed. So it was 37 applications received and processed in March. We've spent almost $250,000 in RA. Out of a $178,000 budget. We have significantly cut back on rental assistance. We're down to 2 months of rent at maximum. We were at 4 months. We did have a pretty significant number of applications we were moving through, and we kind of have cleaned that out. So we will manage the over budget using underspending in GA and accelerating Urbana ARPA spending, and we've sent that budget. I think I just wanted to reflect on our emergency housing hotel program is going through a little bit of restructuring in that we're going to allow additional people to refer. Currently, it's been Strides, See You at Home, Crisis Nursery if there are children, or USD 116 if there are children involved and there's not room in our bricks and mortar. So we are opening up that, and we're developing more robust structure. Part of that is because Strides has requested that they basically have more of a stable population, and so they're full, and so it's harder to have people come to them and try to enter into Strides and then be referred. So we're trying to make it easier for participants. So I know that oftentimes people ask the question, how do we get the phone call many times a day, asking if we can be put into a hotel. And the answer is no, but we will be receiving people through our internal referral through street outreach and then externally, and I will share that information when we have that piece. I think the only other thing I wanted to share from the supervisor's memo is that we had 3 peer leaders attend a peer leadership workshop in Springfield. And I'm really excited. I have heard back from all 3 of them. I've been in conversation. It was a really impactful experience to work in developing their voices and leadership. And so I'm excited about building that program over time. Let's see. We did have a public safety forum that we co-sponsored with the Independent Media Center yesterday. There were about 50 folks there, including Chief Boone, who attended. I think Grace was there, and Chris was in attendance. So I appreciate you all participating. There is a recording of it, and I will send the recording out. The IMC is getting me the recording, and I'll send it out to you so that you get a chance to see it. In particular, I found the presentation by Law Enforcement Action Partnership to be really interesting. I've mentioned that we're actually, Ethan, who has been our intern in the office and working on the Township project, has also done a survey of different models in the community, and we're in the United States. And in particular, there's a couple of kind of gold star models. We're looking at Durham, which is very similar to community to ours, and also Olympia, Washington. We're also looking at Rochester, New York. And so I want to we don't have, with the decennial committee and everything else on the plate, we don't have like kind of a presentation on that piece, but I'd really like to schedule something with you all in the future. And I know you all be talking about the Barry Dunn report. I was particularly heartened, and I shared this with the chief, that 64% of calls for the police were service calls that were not in crime related, and that's almost double similarly studied cities. And I just want to point out how much what an opportunity that presents in Urbana for us to look at opportunities to reduce burden of calls on police and look at ways in which we can support a community and alternative responder model. I do think it will take investment to make that piece happen, but I think the investment, as we have seen in similar communities, it's less investment for greater impact. So I'd encourage you to, I think the biggest takeaway from the presentation yesterday, and of course we don't have phase 2, 3, and 4 of the Barry Dunn report, but is that there's lots of different models. There's the co-responder model, there's the community responder model, there's models within police departments, and there's models within municipal entities that aren't necessarily within the police department. And I think LEAP did a good job of looking at some of those models, and I would encourage us to, really look at, as Barry Dunn report launches these next phases, making sure that the town board / city council is directing the questions that you would like to have answers to. I think that is it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions? Okay. We'll move on to unfinished business. Don't believe there is any new
But
business.
I've forgotten, I'm gonna pass the summary around that was shared last night, so I'll just pass it to the,
Thank you.
okay.
New business, which is resolution number T 2024-03-001R, which is a resolution authorizing the supervisor project support grant agreement with Urbana Rotary for Solidarity Gardens free plot program.
Yep. So this is exciting. The Rotary actually came to us to ask if there was something that they could do to support Solidarity Gardens. And we requested support for our free plot program, which was one of the most popular parts of the Solidarity Gardens program last year. We had a waiting list and we were not able to serve all the families that were interested in receiving free plots. We have expanded to 8 different sites, including at the Martin Center in Champaign. They have donated 15 sites, 15 plots there. We have plots at Orchard Downs that we've made contact with Orchard Downs and they're interested in offering those plots, and we've expanded at Victory Park and at Meadowbrook. And I just want to point out that before the pandemic, the Park District was having a hard time finding people to to use the Victory Park plots or the Meadowbrook, some of the community plots. So I really think like that collaboration has worked well. We've added Champaign Park District to the Solidarity Garden Steering Group, so the executive director sits at the table in that group, so that's really exciting, and she was able to bring those plots forward. The $2,000 will basically pay for the plots and for some tools and equipment that is needed, including deer fencing, which seems to be one of the most needed things if you want to grow in Champaign-Urbana and not have animals eat your stuff. So we thank Urbana Rotary, but because it's a more formal agreement rather than a check, I wanted to bring it before the town board to get authorization to sign.
Questions on this? Is there a motion?
Move to approve resolution number T-2024-03-01R, resolution authorizing the supervisor project support agreement with Urbana Rotary for Solidarity Gardens free plot program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Grace, seconded by Chris. Any discussion? James?
I just wanted to disclose, I'm a member of Urbana Rotary, but I'm not on its board or part of its granting process, so I intend to vote on this.
Grace?
I just want to say thanks for putting this together for Township and Rotary and Solidarity Gardens and everyone working on the different parts. I think this is great and hope that we can have more of it, especially in some of our later city conversations. So thank you.
Will, any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin?
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Yes.
That motion passes. And next item of business is the decennial committee meeting, which is our meeting within a meeting. So I would like to call to order the meeting of the decennial committee of the Cunningham Township Board, which is to be held tonight, Monday, March 25th, 2024. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu? Mr. Evans?
Here.
Ms. Hersey? Ms. Colacetti?
Here.
Ms. Bishop? Ms. Wilkin?
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Here.
Mayor Marlin?
Here.
Supervisor Chenoweth?
President.
Assessor Awana? Michelle Jett? Carol Elliott?
Okay, we'll move on to public input. If anyone wishes to address the decennial committee of the Cunningham Township Board, please come to the microphone. Okay. We'll move on to presentation of findings.
Yep, okay, there we go. Greetings, I want to introduce Ethan Garcia, who has been our intern for 2 semesters at Cunningham Township. He's a graduate student in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, who will be graduating here in a hot minute, I think in about a month and a half. We're really grateful for his time and service in supporting a comprehensive report on Champaign County Townships as part of the decennial committee. So I'm going to pass it to him. We might bounce a little bit back and forth, and then we're happy to take any questions that you have.
Yes, so to reiterate, my name's Ethan. Thank you for having me, and we're really excited to be here. Thank you. Just for the public's sake, a bit of the background of this project. Public Acts 102-10-888 is what created the Decennial Committee, which seeks to study local efficiencies and report recommendations to our county board. And through that, Danielle, my sort of purpose for being hiring is she was really interested in investing into encouraging the promotion of township resources, specifically the township outside of our own Cunningham, because there's a lot of money and a lot of resources that are kind of hard to find and aren't being utilized. So the main goals of our project was to survey all the Champaign County Township specifically, the Champaign scope only, publish information in one or more ways, both physical and online, compare the data and identify trends, and make recommendations to mostly encourage collaboration and just a promotion of resources, because we know it is hard to sometimes handle some of these services, and we want to be able to pass our own knowledge because we believe we've been successful in housing a lot of people in need, and we think a lot of other townships and a lot of the public would benefit from these type of resources.
Yeah, and I just want to add, as from Cunningham Township's perspective, we field calls every single week from folks who live outside of township, our township, and we also get applications regularly from people who live outside of our township. And we have found it very challenging to be able to route people because there's so little information that's publicly available, including through the clerk's office where the information is supposed to live, simply because the information is not sent to the clerk's office or it's not updated. So in some ways, this is our opportunity as Cunningham Township, which is the largest provider in terms of dollars in the county, to kind of play a leadership role in helping coordinate or put all of the information around about all of the townships in one place for the public and for all of the townships to benefit from as well, so that the referral process is easier.
Just a quick rundown of our process. This committee was committed in June of 2023, and this project was approved here at this committee in November. And I right away went to trying to find my own way of finding how to contact all these townships, because even with me dedicating hours of work to trying to contact townships, it was very difficult. And so I can imagine from a citizen perspective, if you need these resources desperately, especially because they are emergency scenarios, it was very difficult to do that, besides contradictory information online as well. So I tried to compile that information within about a 3-week period. And I had to email a couple of people, whichever contacts I could find, whether it was a supervisor, a clerk, or the highway commissioner, to try to confirm an address or confirm email, because I want to make sure I was actually talking to someone and not talking to a ghost, which actually happened. And there was one supervisor emailed who was no longer alive, because that is the information that was online. And after that, I tried to get some confirmed emails, and I tried to send an online version of my survey, which was not required in any sense, but I just felt it was an easier means to get the information that we needed, mostly concerning what type of program people had, what was their budget for said program, how many clients are there per year, and just who we should contact, even as a township, if we ever needed to contact them, which we only got one reply to that online survey. And so from there, I tried to follow up with more emails and try to email other people, and then I try to call for whichever number that I can find, which most of them didn't even allow me to leave a voicemail. And for some that did, I only got one call back, I believe. And then some of them, I did get a couple emails back to confirm addresses, but I just had to go with what I had. I did have a sort of address, a physical address for everyone. And so then we sent Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA letters, which are mandated to reply to. And then we ended up getting 16 replies by late January. And throughout the rest of the month, we ended up getting it to the point where we have all but 3 responses. So we have most of the information now. And we're going to present our update now and present a final one on the 8th of April.
Yeah, so today is to give some input. The purpose of today is we'll show the consequences of the research, and then if there's anything that you would like to add, we have 2 more weeks basically before our next meeting. So think about what questions you have throughout the presentation, and you can either email me or tell us now.
Yeah. And so
We have a number of slides. I think we have a number of slides, so we should probably just move through them a little bit quicker.
So moving on to just the general purpose of general assistance, which is one of the main programs and purposes that is mandated by Illinois law for townships to provide. It's one of their main priorities that townships are supposed to provide general assistance, which serves as mostly housing relief and housing rental emergency relief. And this specifically benefits people in poverty or people with disabilities or in some sort of rent burden, especially crises, examples like the pandemic, which recently happened, which our own township received a spike in people in need. So we could assume that that was universal across the township. And these are just some quick stats from the 2021 Community Needs Assessment Report, which greater emphasize the disability and poverty need in Champaign County. I'm not gonna go through each one for the safety of time. And this is just to show the general trends in poverty, and there has been a rise in it throughout the county. Do you want to add something?
Oh, just the poverty rate in the county is higher than the state and national. You will see that it's trending downwards most recently, but
Yep. And this is just to emphasize that the poverty exists greater beyond our own Cunningham Township scope, so it's not us presenting our own information. And this is to demonstrate the disability needs within Champaign-Urbana and the greater county, which you could see that a lot of the red zones even exist outside our own township, so we don't have an effect to directly help those communities. And there are about, I think, 3,000 on average people who receive Social Security insurance payments due to disability needs.
yeah, it's 3,200 recently, and it's been rising. One of the things that is important to understand is that townships, the one population that a township must serve, period, is people with disabilities who don't receive SSI. So when we see the trends in disability, that's a really important piece. And if they're not getting access to township resources, then they're left out in the cold. And it's quite interesting to look at the census map to see that it's actually, especially when it comes to disability, more common in the rural areas, even though general assistance is less accessible there in many places.
This is just to show that there has been a 21% increase in county residents receiving SSI in the last 10 years. And again, there was a spike of unemployment due to the pandemic in 2020, and it steadily declined, but it seems it might be on the rise again. So that is good to note when discussing the need for general assistance. And again, this is more of like a textbook essay type answer to why general assistance is important. And one of the main reasons is that it is just one of the only support systems for this type of need, especially on the local level, which for our own process, we require people to go and try to get federal aid first before they come to us. We're typically are only a last resort, which for a lot of people, we become their lifeline when they are in need of quick housing relief, because we even have our own housing program where we actually help people find new housing if that is an issue. And again, as Danielle says, each township does collect tax funds that are supposed to be directly used for general assistance. And as we will later discuss, that other townships have been telling me themselves that they don't use that money. So we don't know what the purpose of that money is, if it's just sitting in bank accounts and it's for general assistance. This is just some quick facts. I'm going to summarize it quickly, but for the townships that you'll see in red, they do not have any sort of GA a program. According to them, this is from their word of mouth. This is not me hearsay. This is their contact told me they do not have it when they're mandated to have one. Crittenden is all yellow because they told me they have a program, but they didn't specify which one. But they do have one. So the ones that do not are Condit, Hensley, and Newcomb, and the ones in gray did not reply: Hardward, Ogden, and Philo, and Danton. This is just some of the qualities of townships that we want to help publicize, such as which townships have a website, what the website is, and what their office hours are like, so that it will be easy for clients to contact, and when they know when to contact, we go for ourselves too. It really helps to have our website with a set office hours, which many of the townships don't have. And so I'll quickly run through them, but will be elaborated on in our final report. And then there's just a quick rundown of some of the other services, because we understand that some of the other township do services that our own township doesn't do like roadside assistance and recovery and maintenance, as well as cemetery management, food bank, clothing donation, recycling programs, and social and recreation programs. And some townships have many other organizations to collaborate with, like we collaborate with 29, and some of the other townships collaborate with each other, and then also with other organizations, and some of which to handle their general assistance.
Yeah, and we'll probably add a slide to get into the collaboration piece. There's a couple of pieces of information we're still gathering, but to show models of collaboration between townships. So for example, City of Champaign Township does run general assistance for several townships. And it's also the case that Cunningham Township convenes a rental assistance partners group with the RPC and the City of Champaign Township. So we want to highlight effective models of collaboration in the final report.
Yeah. And then again, a quick summary of all those tables you just saw is that all but Hardwood, Philo, and Ogden replied to our FOIA request and or online survey. 5 total townships have websites. 8 have consistent set office hours. The rest are by appointment or just don't exist. They just claim to not have office hours. And 4 townships claim to not have one. And those 4 townships happen to be in what they call a multi-township, and they meet all together when they have their meetings. There's a 5th member, but the 5th member did say they had programs, so I'm not sure why the other 4 say they don't. And then this is just in descending order, the budget that, according to the clerk website, or the county clerk website, the fiscal year 2023, what is financially allocated for general assistance. So even though all the townships are saying they don't have, the 4 are saying they don't have programs, it's in their budget. And I'll again quickly run through it for the safety of time.
I do just want to point out that there are some townships that really need a little bit of additional attention, like Mohammed collects over $250,000, but has no GA clients last year. So that is confusing to me. Sydney, Sedoris, Somer all collect over $100,000 in general assistance, but don't have any clients listed in the last year. And then basically Colfax, Compromise, Ogden, and all collect over $50,000 and have no general assistance clients. Interestingly, Scott, and I'd like to talk with them, brings in about $81,000 and has 10 clients. Ludlow has 12, Tolono has 77. So I think it's interesting to look at, it doesn't seem to be related to the size of the general assistance budget, how many clients are supported. I will say Cunningham Township's number is there may be an error in this number. I don't think that 221 is accurate, but we're still digging into that number, so it's a draft right now.
Yeah. And again, for all the other numbers, these is the exact numbers they told me, so I'm not trying to commit hearsay here. This is literally the numbers they told me, so I'm just going off that because this information is not public. You cannot look up how many clients a township has. And then so altogether, the financial potential of GA budgets amounts to about almost $6.8 million. And again, for most townships to have 0 clients, it's a little disheartening to see all that money kind of just sit in banks and not be done anything with. And that sort of concludes like our overall findings, and we just want to open the floor to you guys and we want to leave you with these type of questions of, assuming you didn't live in Cunningham Township, or if you don't, how would you reach out to your township? How do you think your township is equipped for a crisis? How does your township ensure people with disabilities have their needs met? How does your township ensure people living in poverty have their needs met? And what are services and resources that you would want if you were ever in a rental or housing emergency or any sort of rent burden? So that's, honestly, we're just fighting for more accessibility of resources, whether or not people need them or not, they need to be accessible, and the budget is there for them, so we want that budget to be put to use.
Yeah, so this is the moment where we open it up to see if there are specific questions you have about the research and also things that you would like to see highlighted in the last 2 weeks of this work. We do have about 20 hours left of intern time before bringing it back to you, so feel free to use that time.
Darcy?
Did you compile any sort of data on population at the township level? Because I know some of those townships are rural, and I thought you said something about a couple of them actually are already collaborative together, and I was just curious to see per budget and like assistance load what the population is at the township level, but I don't know how easy that would be to gather.
Yeah, I have tried to look so far look at ACS data. I don't have a concise answer for you that of like population by population, but just from what me and Danielle know of the township, like she said, there isn't really a correlation so far between population and clients and whether there's a use of their budget, which is the big example being Mohammed, how they are a city or a bigger city and they have 0 clients and one of the biggest budgets.
Grace?
Quick one, if we could have the slides, if we don't already. Oh, we have them. Awesome. And then I was wondering if in your research so far you had any idea if they mentioned what other townships are doing for this decennial committee? Because they're all required to, right? I was wondering if it, I know it wasn't part of it, but just if someone mentioned that what they were doing for their.
No, none of them have mentioned that, and it is in the intro to the FOIA and the intro for the online survey. If they did that route, that this was a part of the decennial committee, and Danielle herself wrote the intro, so it's a bit more formal. And there's no mention of that. The biggest retort we got about it was more so that townships felt like they don't need it. Like, a lot of the townships, even though they did answer my question, which programs they do provide, a lot of them just said, well, we don't need it. And so just that alone, it just seemed like there's a general disinterest in it. And we want to just ensure that it's a disinterest because there is actually a disinterest. If this should be easily found online or in some sort of office or phone number for each township. It should not take hours of someone's life to find this type of information.
Thank you.
Mary Alice?
So would you mind going back to the number of clients and the amount, specifically, and just because we know a bit more about our neighbor, Champaign.
Right.
They have a
Yeah.
significantly less budget than us and way more clients than us.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if you could speak to, I understand you're digging into the number of clients that Cunningham has, but do you know what the program is that Champaign has, that they're allowed to serve so many clients at that amount?
So they have general assistance, rental assistance, and they operate strides. I think, and I flagged this right before, but we haven't had a chance. My data analyst is out on medical leave, so we will have to wait until they come back to get the information. But basically, if we add our homeless, I mean, you can see it in the supervisor's memo. If you add rental assistance, general assistance, and homeless assistance, we're in the thousands. So I just have to update that number. But City of Champaign and Cunningham Township, I mean, both of us have leveled up in the last 7 years from, very small. I think they were at 26 general assistance clients and no rental assistance. We were at 25 and no rental assistance. That's where we started 7 years ago. So this is a big growth area. And then obviously with City of Champaign, I think that number is, obviously this is fiscal year 23, so there's COVID dollars. So I think there's Urbana ARPA dollars that are included in that. I do not think that they're, we'd have to look at their tax levy. But there's some additional grant dollars in both of those pools that we have to look at.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
James?
Thank you. If I could unpack a couple of numbers here. I think we have 30 townships in Champaign County, right? That's the number. 28 townships have highway commissioners. That's because City of Champaign and Cunningham Township have cities to manage their roads, right? Those are the two that are missing from that 28. All the rural runs have highway. It says here that some townships have formal collaborations, and Cunningham has 29 written relationships. Do any of the county townships outside of Cunningham and City of Champaign, I think you mentioned City of Champaign does some work for some of those townships. Does Cunningham Township do work for any of the rural?
No one has approached us to ask
None of our
us.
29 relationships are with one of the rural townships
Not
to
at this
help them do
point.
their
I've
work.
spent most of my time trying to cultivate a relationship with Rantoul because I think we get a lot of rental assistance requests from Rantoul. So we're working on that piece. But yeah, we don't operate general assistance for any of the rural townships. I think City of Champaign Township operates it for 2.
And then I guess my last question is, do you have knowledge of any circumstances where a township in the state of Illinois is not providing the services that they're mandated by law, that an action has been taken against those townships?
Yeah, the only reason that City of Champaign Township is functional is because Land of Lincoln sued them, along with many other townships in the area. Actually, Cunningham Township was one of the only not sued. I believe this was early 80s, and Land of Lincoln brought forward a class action lawsuit against the townships. I believe the City of Champaign Township, the town board had voted to basically eliminate the budget. And the judge found that eliminating the budget did not satisfy their state requirements of providing general assistance. Unfortunately, when Champaign came back, and I wish Carol Elliott was here because she knows this history better than I do. She's the former supervisor in Cunningham Township, but when Champaign came back, they were stuck under tax caps. So one of the challenges that they faced, they actually have one of the lowest City of Champaign Township has one of the lowest tax levy rates of any township that is comparable, and certainly any university town. Very, very low tax rate in that township, much lower than what is needed to actually provide the services. So they're
Which
going to
may
have to.
speak to the
I certainly
disparity
have.
that Mary Alice brought up, right?
Oh,
With
yes,
lots-
exactly.
Lots of people coming for services, but not a lot of budget.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yep. Yeah, so there can be action taken, and especially, I would say there's a group of townships called metro townships. They're the metro townships around Chicago. We've requested that we join them, even though we are not officially. I mean, some people think of us as a suburb of Chicago. We're not actually officially a suburb, but and so by joining metro townships, those townships have seen quite a bit of activity around this issue, where townships that are not providing services, people in their communities have gone after those townships and have made sure that they provide those services, whether that's through a partnership with another township or it's independently. So there's been quite a bit of reform in those collar townships.
Yeah. And there is a more recent one, I think that happened in 2020. I'm not going to name drop it, but there is a township that was recently sued, that countersued because they're suing people for FOIA-ing them, which people have a legal right to FOIA you. So look, I was a little scared when I sent mine to them because I didn't know how they were going to apply, but they replied, so we're okay.
Any other questions? Grace?
Thanks. Just had another, hopefully quick one. If you could explain the differences with Cunningham, and I also see Urbana and the City of Champaign and Champaign.
Yeah, it's an interesting remnant, but basically we are Cunningham Township. Do you want to go to the slide with the maps? I think this might be helpful. Yeah, there it is. So basically you can see that the townships are kind of squares, like so much of the cornfields that we live in. But you'll see Champaign and Urbana are carved out as contiguous townships with the cities. So is Rantoul. Looks like there might be a Rantoul Township as well. So Urbana Township is actually the outlying area outside of the city of Urbana, and Champaign Township is the outlying area outside of the city of Champaign. And then they are the city of Champaign Township, and we are Cunningham Township, which is a confusion that we deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, thank you. So at Cunningham Township, do you also serve Urbana Township, or that's its own separate township
So it
entity,
depends on
right?
the source of income. So our levy only serves people within Cunningham Township. We have several programs. We have state-funded programs, and we fund the county as a whole. That tends to be around emergency housing and street outreach. And we are providing, through our Angel Donor Fund, we bring in about $60,000 a year in private donations, so that's discretionary. And we get donations from out of the state. We get donations from Champaign, Mahomet, Rantoul, a lot of different places. And so we have broadened our, some of our work to include everyone with a child in Urbana schools, and that does include the outlining areas. When we do have the funds, we've also supported utility assistance throughout the county. We've gotten quite a few requests from Rantoul in that regard. So,
Yeah.
so it depends on the funder, but we're very strict that levy money goes specifically to Cunningham Township residents or children in Cunningham Township.
Yeah, we don't want it to be a discrepancy that our higher budget is just that we somehow have more money. Our team, specifically since Danielle become supervisors, actively work to get more money, which technically all the other townships have potential to do. And in my initial online survey, that was a part of the final questions was more so, do you want help in how to get more, do you want more information about homeless services? Do you want more information about general citizen services at the state and federal level? And even then, most of them said no, that they didn't need any help.
James?
One last question, since this is a once in a 10-year conversation, and I'm not suggesting we do this, but has anyone ever asked the question of why we don't rename Cunningham Township to City of Urbana Township? I mean, it's a mess to do that. The county clerk would hate me for suggesting that, because all the precincts
If
are
the
named after
decennial
that.
committee so wishes to consider recommendations, I think a really good time to make the recommendations is at our next meeting. So I would say chew on it. I'm also doing
I'm
the
just curious
same.
if anybody's ever asked the question before,
I can
to
ask
avoid the
Carol when we,
confusion.
yeah, when we make contact. I don't know if the family of Cunningham would have concerns about that, but I do think we should look at branding, even if we aren't, you can do doing business as. So, I mean, it's possible that we can have a legal name and then we have a doing business as and consider, how we might want to brand what we're doing. I know Courage Connection went through, obviously they're not a government entity, but they did go through a process of rebranding that I think, helped them. So did Greater Community AIDS Project. So they've been, different groups as they have changed their missions have looked at how they brand. So I'm open to those recommendations if you have bright ideas. James, I look forward to
All right,
talking to you.
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. And you'll be sending this to council members?
Yeah, so
Okay,
it was sent to the whole decennial committee
Great.
this afternoon. I mean, once I finally got internet, I3 has been down, but you should have gotten that in your inbox. And feel free, if you can send me, look it over and send an email. And then there's a couple of questions you all have raised, so we'll consider that in the next iteration that we bring back to you in April.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Ethan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much to Ian. He's put a lot of work into this process, so.
With that, the decennial committee meeting is adjourned, and then we will move on to adjournment of the Cunningham Town Board. This will be followed immediately by the city council meeting. Okay, while the report is getting ready for later in the meeting, we'll go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Urbana City Council for Monday, March 25th, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Here?
Mr. Evans,
Here.
Miss Hersey, Miss Colasetti,
Here.
Miss Bishop,
Here.
Miss Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Marlin.
Here. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes from the previous meeting for February 5th, 2024. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Chandra. Are there any substantial corrections? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Item C is additions to the agenda. We have no additions. We do need to make a correction on the second page. We had kind of a premature adjournment there, so we're going to eliminate item L. L becomes discussion on allowing skateboarding on a city parking lot, and then item M will be adjournment. All right. Next item on the agenda are presentations and public input. The first item there is a proclamation for AmeriCorps Week, and I need to ask if Felix is in the audience. Come on up. Yeah. Oh, let's go over here. So, stand right here. So with me tonight is Felix Wang. He's one of the AmeriCorps volunteers, and he serves at the Illinois Justice Corps right here at the courthouse in the city of Urbana. So this is a proclamation. Let's face, just wait, face this way. Look at this camera. Okay. Proclamation by the Mayor of the City of Urbana, Illinois. Whereas, 30 years ago, Congress established AmeriCorps, united national service programs to fortify communities and broaden opportunities for education, careers, and civic engagement. And whereas, AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps Seniors programs annually engage 200,000 Americans in service across various sectors. And whereas, in Illinois, over 9,900 AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers serve at 1,100 sites, addressing local needs from disaster response to environmental restoration. And whereas the Illinois Bar Foundation runs a statewide AmeriCorps program called Illinois Justice Corps, and Urbana is home to one of 17 Justice Corps sites. And whereas the City of Urbana recognized current AmeriCorps member Felix Wang and all of the Illinois Justice Corps alum who have served through the years in Urbana, and that includes City Council member Chandra Bishop. And whereas AmeriCorps initiatives promote collaboration, engaging millions of volunteers and garnering support from businesses and foundations. And whereas AmeriCorps programs cultivate bridge-building skills, forging connections across generations and backgrounds to tackle critical issues and nurture resilient communities. And whereas service enhances career readiness for AmeriCorps members and boosts the mental well-being of AmeriCorps Seniors volunteers, reflecting their dedication and patriotism. And whereas, through their service, AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps Senior volunteers enrich lives, strengthen communities, promote civic engagement in Urbana. And whereas, AmeriCorps Week celebrates the commitment of its members, alumni, volunteers, and community partners. Now, therefore, I, Diane Wolf Marlin, Mayor of the City of Urbana, Illinois, do hereby proclaim that March 10th through 16th, 2024 was AmeriCorps Week in the city of Urbana, Illinois. We did not have a meeting that week, so we're reading this proclamation now and recognizing that AmeriCorps Week is celebrated in the month of March throughout the country. And we urge citizens to thank your AmeriCorps volunteers and members and alumni and the AmeriCorps senior volunteers for their service and to find your own ways to give back to their communities. Thank you very much. Thank you. And this is your copy. Okay, we'll move on. Do we have a fire department promotion? Okay, I guess I'm back.
Oh, hello. Thank you once again, Chief Dade, Urbana Fire Department. I want to take this time to thank the council, City Administrator Carol Mitten, and Mayor Diane Marlin for allowing us this time. We appreciate it, and we don't take it for granted. Every time we celebrate, our department celebrates a retirement, it is soon followed by a promotion, if not a string of promotions. Those promotions are not handed out, though, they're earned. And our members go through an arduous process when they submit themselves to the competitive promotional process to advance their career by getting promoted. Once they're awarded their promotion, they are immediately faced with new duties and a host of new responsibilities. So this opportunity in this pinning ceremony is a public demonstration of them accepting those new roles and responsibilities. And tonight, we celebrate the promotion of Lieutenant Tristan Thomas. So, Tristan, I'm gonna speak on him a little bit. So Tristan has 19 years of experience with the Urbana Fire Department, and he's held many roles throughout the course of his career. He has educated thousands of children in our community, where he served as the DJ and puppet master on the public education team with Fireman Phil. Lieutenant Thomas is also an advanced medic. He has, for the last 4 years, served on the interview panel, which is responsible for hiring all of our new potential firefighter candidates. He's also the service officer for our fleet maintenance, and he has faithfully served as treasurer for the 2% board. And before being promoted, he had the distinction as Engineer Thomas, being the most meticulous engineer our department has ever had, meaning no one kept a cleaner fire truck than Engineer Thomas. So tonight, he is accompanied by his daughter Ellie and his son Ty, and he will be pinned by his wife Sarah.
Would you bring the microphone? So everyone will hear. Okay, if you'll repeat after me. I, Tristan L. Thomas,
I, Tristan L. Thomas,
do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the position of lieutenant
do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the position of lieutenant
for the city of Urbana in the county of Champaign, Illinois,
for the city of Urbana in the county of Champaign, Illinois,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States,
the state of Illinois,
the state of Illinois,
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Urbana,
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Urbana,
acting rightfully for the citizens of Urbana.
acting rightfully for the citizens of Urbana,
So hereby affirmed.
so hereby affirmed.
Thank you. Congratulations. You're gonna want to sign.
Once again, thank you.
Again, congratulations, and thank you for your service. We'll now move on to the presentation for the possibilities for a single-use bag tax in Urbana. And this is by the UIUC Environmental Leadership Program, sponsored by Council Members Wilkin and Evans. And I will note, following this, we will do public input. Grace?
Yeah, I'll do a little introduction while they're filtering in here. You guys presenters can come on up, and I got your PowerPoint minimized on the screen there. This is, as the mayor said, UIUC Environmental Leadership Program, who's come and given some presentations with past cohorts, but this is our first one from this group. Yep, I want you all come on up. Yeah, come on up to this front table. This is continuing some conversations we've had over the past year or two about a single-use bag fee. I had the opportunity to talk to this wonderful group of scholars and talk about little next steps that might be helpful in some of our research. So hopefully this is some helpful information for us, especially as we're finishing up potentially the council goals tonight. So again, your PowerPoint should be minimized on there already, and there's a folder with your other resources if you want to show those. And then you'll have 10 minutes. If you want to introduce yourselves first, please. Make sure that little green light's on and your mic is close.
Oh, I see. There we go.
My name's Linnea Turner. I'm a student at the University of Illinois.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
My name is Linnea Turner. I'm a environmental science student at the University of Illinois.
Thank you.
I'm Jack Casey. I'm an environmental engineering student at the university.
Hi, my name is Toby George, and I am an information science major at the University of Illinois.
And feel free to move those microphones between you. It's okay to move them.
Hi, everyone. So we are here from the Institute of Sustainability, Energy, and Environment, part of the Environmental Leadership Program. And we're here to talk about the bag tax lessons for Urbana and hopefully inform your decision going forward.
So why a bag tax? Single-use plastic bags are a large source of litter and contribute to microplastics that end up in our waterways. And although most plastic bags are recyclable, majority aren't. In fact, only 1% are actually recycled. A bag tax is the first step to getting away from plastics, and then a tax revenue could provide a green fund for Urbana.
So are bag taxes effective? After Ireland implemented a bag tax in 2002 of 0.15 euros per bag, plastic bag consumption decreased by 90%. Edwardsville, Illinois, enacted a 10% bag tax in 2021, and in the following 4 months, plastic bag consumption decreased by 87.5%. Chicago saw a decrease after a 2017 bag tax of 27.7% a few months later, and an increase of reusable bags by 15.5%. And so we did a case study on our local Walmart. Our local Walmart in Champaign uses approximately 4.3 million bags per year. The manager we spoke to said he was open to the tax and that many of his customers come to and from Chicago where there is already a tax in place.
So with these success stories from other cities in mind, we've kind of looked at the proposals in different cities and what's worked there, and we've come up with our own proposal for a tax structure that we figure would work for Urbana that we wanted to present to you guys. So we're proposing a 10-cent bag fee on all single-use plastic bags sold in Urbana. So this fee would only be assessed in stores greater than 5,000 square feet, and they'd be assessed to the customer at checkout. And to encourage businesses to support this fee and switch to selling reusable bags in their store, we proposed that of this fee, 3 cents would stay with the store if they don't sell any reusable bags in the store, and 5 cents would stay with the store each time they sell a bag if they also carry reusable bags in the store. And we wanted to avoid punishing those who use like SNAP and EBT with this fee, and so we proposed that people using food assistance programs at checkout would also be exempt from the fee. And so with this structure, we hope to accomplish the biggest thing is we want to reduce single-use plastic bag waste in Urbana. It's a big problem all over the country, and Urbana, we could start here with a tax like this, and we believe the structure of this tax would encourage businesses to carry their reusable bags within their stores, and it would also reduce demand for single-use plastic bags, and so the consumer and the producer would feel the pressure to switch from single-use bags to reusable ones. And we think that this new fee would also provide the city with a new meaningful revenue stream we did some ballpark estimates on the revenue that you could see annually from this tax. And we're sort of estimating when we say low response, we're figuring how many people change their behavior and decide to bring a reusable bag instead of using the single-use bags at checkout. And so if there's any questions on our presentation, we'd love to answer them, but otherwise, we wanted to thank you guys for listening.
James.
Hi, thank you for doing this work for us. It's really appreciated. If you could back up a step there, I'm curious about where the $19.4 million amount or million bags estimate comes from.
Yep, so that's a little ballpark estimate we did by using, so there's a lot of literature on the amount of bags used in Chicago before their tax. And so we took the amount of bags used in Chicago and we used the ratio of populations to sort of give a rough estimate of how many would be used in Urbana.
Okay, so it's not related at all to this list of potential stores in Urbana that would be involved in how many bags they use?
No, that's just to show like which stores would be affected by this tax.
Okay, so this is only ballpark. We should do some more work if we really want to know how much money or revenue we're talking about for our green fund.
Yeah, this is sort of like we intended it sort of as a helpful conservative estimate to start the conversation on the possible revenue that could come from the bag tax.
Okay, thank you.
Chandra.
And is that 19.4 annual bag use?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said low response given how long it takes people to change. Like, what was the average it took consumers to sort of change over? I mean, I know not everyone's 100% even in Chicago, but what's like the average timeline of people switching over?
So a lot of these studies that you see on our effective bag tax page, most of these are at least a year after. So in terms of how quickly people change their behavior, it's not quite clear. But we know that at least for all of these, it only took a year or more to see this drastic decrease. And so at least with Chicago, is that one, the 27.7% figure was only taken that was just a few months after the tax was implemented. So it's a pretty rapid change in behavior, we're hoping.
Grace.
Thanks so much for the presentation, and I think a lot of your suggestions very much agree with past recommendations from the SAC and things, and the difference being that changeable rate for the retailer to retain. And I was wondering if you meant, with the store having reusable bags, if you meant that they sell them or that they give them for free.
We had envisioned as long as they carry them.
Use the mic.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. As long as they carry them in the store for sale, we figured that would be enough to encourage. Giving them away for free is probably not as easy, and so we just wanted that to be open that option to people. And of course, it'll obviously push them to advertise their reusable bags if they can get a reward for offering them in the store.
Yeah, interesting idea. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. And will you be sending this presentation to the council?
I sent it to Grace Wilkin.
Okay.
Yeah, I can
Yeah, all
forward
of
it
the
to everyone
information.
else. But
Thank you.
also, city council email is a good one for everyone, but I can send this. Thank you.
And if council members had follow-up questions, is there a contact for this group? Should we send them through Grace?
Yeah, I connect you with Paul and Eric, the leaders of the program here.
So you could share. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Okay. We'll move on to public input for the council. If anyone wishes to address the council, please come to the microphone.
I'll jump up first. Oh, there we go. It seems to be on. You hear me well enough? Very good. Thank you. My name is Peggy Patton, and I'm a member of the Urbana Civilian Police Review Board. I attended Barry Dunn's public meeting in November and spent some time reading their recent public safety review and assessment report. I have 2 questions from that report that I hope will be addressed in Barry Dunn's presentation tonight. My first question relates to the Community Service Responder Program recommendation in the Public Safety Report. You, Barry Dunn, recommends 6 non-sworn community service responders in that report. I understand that the term community service responder refers to a non-sworn police officer who may respond to a broad range of calls for service, parking violations, property thefts, mental health crises. In your next and final report, where you will recommend specific calls for service models, will you delineate recommended community service responder staffing? The CSR skill set needed to respond to a mental health crisis is very different from the skill set needed to respond to parking violations or property thefts. And will you provide a prioritization for hiring community service responders, hiring X CSRs for parking violations, X for mental health crises, and so on? In my 20 months experience serving on the Civilian Police Review Board in Urbana, it's apparent that we need additional mental health professionals working with our law enforcement. And my second question is, your Civilian Police Review Board analysis and review was only one of a few that received a high priority ranking in the recent public safety report. In your review of Urbana's CPRB, you note that it is among the most comprehensive and well-organized oversight systems you've reviewed. You also note that based on interviews with staff and feedback from community members, the CPRB may not be living up to its potential, not producing the analyses and reports outlined in the foundational documents in City Code, for example. You suggest that CPRB's underperformance may be primarily due to the volunteer nature of the CPRB. I've been a member of the CPRB for a little over 20 months and agree entirely with that assessment. You also include in your report a suggestion shared in your interviews for a full-time paid director position to administer the CPRB. I understand that you do not offer an opinion on this possibility, but can you share how often this option, a paid administrator for a volunteer CPRB, occurs elsewhere? I know you've reviewed dozens of Civilian Police Review Board models in your consulting work. Thank you, and I look forward to your presentation.
Hello, my name is Brian Dunn. I just want to say thank you one more time for listening to our presentation about skateboarding and community building and collaboration that would go into like a DIY skate space, which could also be like a mixed-use art space. But I understand the conversation's ongoing, and yeah, I'm just excited to see kind of how it comes to fruition. And just another big thanks to Chris for kind of sparking all this and yeah, just getting us all talking about skateboarding. It's amazing. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. There we go. Adam Nichols. And I want to start by thanking the council for commissioning the Barry Dunn report in the first place years ago, and holding off on staffing decisions until the staffing part of the report came back. They're going to go over the report details, but I thought it was interesting that we have 47 officers in the patrol division of Urbana PD, and the minimum recommended by Barry Dunn is 44. So we already have more in the patrol division than is the minimum. So it's interesting that they say we need another 14 officers, both sworn and unsworn in total. I also noticed that they did not recommend the the community outreach officers that was on the table a few months ago. So again, thank you for waiting to hear the recommendations. So I think it's good. I was at a community safety meeting over at the IMC yesterday. The kind of sentiment over there was that we like the recommendation of the non-officers I guess in this recommendation is they want to have officers but not sworn officers. So that's where the community diverges a little bit. We think that it would be more appropriate to have these first responders not report to the police and not that be a police response. In my opinion, the role of the police is a law enforcement agency. They should be enforcing the law. And if you want to have an alternative responder, it should be in an alternative branch of the government. Thank you to Chief Boone for coming to that meeting and for being a supporter of alternative response just in general. I hope that he will support the idea of having first responders that are non-police officers outside of the police department. I think that would go a long way towards building the community relationships that I know he has stated that he wants to build. I also wanted to mention that a crisis responder program can be 85% federally funded. That's through the American Rescue Plan Act, which is part of Medicaid. In addition, there are grants available under the Community Mental Health Services Block Grant and Substance Abuse and Treatment Block Grants programs. So if we're looking at spinning up something, it can be 85% funded by the federal government. And if we're, have this other program and it reduces the caseload of officers, so they have fewer calls to respond to, that could address the overtime issues that we've had. Officers are being overworked. The overtime pay is, it stacks up in the budget, as I'm sure you all know. I also wanted to propose a freeze on all police bonuses. There's been hundreds of thousands of dollars of bonuses until the racially biased traffic stops have been addressed. It's been a problem for years. We have a new chief. Hopefully he'll get it under control and, the people being stopped for traffic violations will reflect the diversity of the community. So yeah, I think that's all I got for today. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Camille Cobb. I'm a professor of computer science at the university. And I also want to comment on the report, mostly pointing out some things that stood out to me without too much. Maybe some of them might be addressed in the presentation. I hope so. So one of the first things I noticed was that the report calls out our geographic location between many other major cities and calls us, it says that this creates a sort of mini metropolis environment where essentially folks might come here, drive here to considerable distances to trade in firearms and narcotics and engage in other criminal activity and evade scrutiny from their local law enforcement. I mean, that seems very alarming, but as far as I'm curious if there's any actual data that supports that this is happening. I am not aware that that's a real problem. And so it surprises me, like, are there, how many arrests in this area are of people from those cities that were called out in the report as being places that folks come to engage in criminal activity. I also, because my work focuses on computer surveillance, security and privacy related issues, I'm especially attuned, although I haven't done work specifically yet, on surveillance technologies, but I worry about some of the technologies that are being used for policing. And so my work focuses actually on human-centered studies. So I do studies that actually in many ways look like the way that the Barry Dunn study was conducted, although, from an academic standpoint, we have different standards and different sort of processes. And so it worries me that the portion of the report that's focused on technology relies fully on discussions with UPD staff and a technology survey that was completed by the UPD, rather than sort of more like other stakeholders being involved in that conversation, and rather than actually looking at the impacts of these sorts of technologies on communities and how they make an impact either, in terms of doing positive or in some cases harm to communities. So I hope that as you consider the report, the report and the recommendations in the report, that you consider the data, but also think really critically. And I would be happy to look more closely at it with potentially with some of y'all, but that you look critically at what was done for the data collection and how the conclusions really match the data that was collected, and where there might be some assumptions being made that go a little bit further than what I would say the data can support. So that's what I wanted to share. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name's Jane McClintock. I'm an Urbana resident, and I've also been reading the Barry Dunn report, and I'm looking forward to the presentation. I had a couple of questions. One, I also was at the IMC meeting, and the organization that spoke with us, the LEAP Law Enforcement Agency. I'm messing it up. I'll send it to you guys. But they really recommended, again, that the community responders be outside of the police department, that it's easier to have community trust, that since that they recommend community response for crisis intervention, conflicts, for mental health calls, for those non-criminal activities. And I think it'd be more appropriate to have those services coming from not a law enforcement place, and I think it'd be a lot easier for them to have trust with our community members and independence. So I would strongly recommend that, and I'm interested in hearing where that recommendation came from Barry Dunn, or whether the Phase 4 is going to recommend something different. So I don't know how these Phase 1 recommendations, which are coming before the recommendations about alternate response, it seemed sort of preemptive. So there may be more coming but I don't know how we would make staffing recommendations without understanding the alternate response that the community was hoping to see. I also wanted to really highlight that I thought there was an amazing amount of data, a ton of information, and it's really fascinating. I thought it was a huge opportunity that 64% of the obligated workload of officers is coming from service-related calls, which is like twice that of Eugene, Oregon, that has the Cahoots program that's been really successful and cost-effective. And so our opportunity for alternate response here in Urbana looks really promising. So I'm sure that will be addressed in the report, but I'd be interested to hear more about that. And I just think it would be great if we could build something outside the police department that could allow the police department to focus on what they really need to be focusing on and not what they're not trained to do, mental health calls, social work, and et cetera. So thank you again for bringing this report out. Thank you to Barry Dunn for all the great information. It's really it's wonderful that we now can see how much the people need help with just basic life stuff rather than that were crimes. So I appreciate that and look forward to the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bhavna. I've spoken up here before on a different issue, but I'm glad to be back. So I had a few questions about the Barry Dunn report. To give a little bit about me, I'm a computer science PhD student at the University of Illinois, and I specialize in fairness and ethics around AI and technology. I really focus on community-centered technology and artificial intelligence, and what that means is that you take in the priorities of a community when you're building and implementing technologies, and then you also really consider the harms. So I read the Barry Dunn report, specifically focusing on technology and the increase of it, and my first confusion was that the only reason that was stated for the increase in technology within our police department is that because regional partners were using technology. Now, that's not a very good reason. There wasn't very much transparency on how we would help the department, what exactly would be used, what kind of workflows would be needing more technology. And so that's a question I have for the presentation. Also, I was concerned to hear some technology being recommended that has much research to being discriminatory. For example, automated license plate technology has been proven to shown to exacerbate racial and ethnic discrimination in car ownership. This is because software companies market these tools to auto financiers and insurers as a risk assessment input to evaluate consumers seeking to buy a car. So this is just like one example, but there was also talking about information sharing technology and safety cameras. But overall, bringing technology into our police department can have discriminatory outcomes and impacts. And what I would recommend is anytime we are collecting data, we must have transparency in what is being collected, what is being shared, and who is getting access to. And the Barry Dunn report does not bring in any of these critical questions or conversations and is very vague on what they say more modern technology. The lack of transparency is very concerning, and I think the council should be very concerned as well, as we need to protect our community. So as you consider the report, please really critically think on why the technology is being added, for what purpose, what are we gaining? Are we just adding more money into the department in places that's not actually going to improve the department? And also, they said that they were trying to work a police and community working group to explore adding more technology. And that was also kind of vague, so I wanted to learn more during the presentation of what that group was gonna look like, who was gonna compose of that group. I'm from the computer science department, but there's great academics and professors at the University of Illinois that really work on fair technology and ethical technology. And then, yeah, so those are my concerns, and thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Timothy Chen. I'm a Urbana resident, and I'd like to concur with what other folks have said about having a community service responder program that's outside of the police department and in its own, potentially, operation. I'd also highlight the fact that the Barry Dunn report wants to greatly increase officer-initiated activities, the majority of which are traffic stops. And last time I did speak about my experience being from New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'll invoke that once again. So Louisiana is, I believe, the second highest rate of incarceration in the United States, second to Mississippi, and we might be second to last in education ranking, beating out Mississippi. And I lived in Louisiana for 22 years, and I was in the suburb of Gretna, Louisiana, which is known for being the arrest capital of the United States, even though it's a pretty tiny, nonviolent suburb. It's full of speed cameras, full of police, full of traffic stops, and it's not a violent city, and yet the statistics show that 1 in 3 residents in Gretna, Louisiana have been arrested, and they're being trapped in the cycle of having warrants, not being able to make it to court, not being able to pay for court fees. So I'd like to emphasize the fact that I don't believe that increasing the police department will do any good for the city, and I don't think we should go down the route that many southern cities are going, which is more policing, more militarization, more traffic stops, and that's all I have to say.
My name is Bram Osterhout. I'm a resident of Urbana. I'd like to agree with what my friend Tim said. I'm concerned about this recommendation to increase officer-initiated stops. Now, as someone who commutes to work by bike and generally spends a lot of time outside around here, outside of a vehicle, I wholeheartedly agree that we need to do a lot to improve traffic safety and the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. And I'm extremely skeptical that more traffic stops by police officers and expanding the police force is going to do that. You could, unless you want to station an officer at every single corner, it's just not feasible. If we want to improve traffic safety, we need to improve traffic infrastructure. And this speaks to a wider point that the money that is, potentially going to be spent on expanding the size of the Urbana Police Department could instead be spent on infrastructure improvements that will have a much more lasting impact. If on the subject of crime, we could do a lot to redesign our city to decrease the pressures that lead to criminal activity. Reforming our zoning code to make it easier for people to participate in the local economy. All sorts of infrastructure adjustments could be undertaken that would probably be significantly cheaper than expanding the police force, and would certainly improve the quality of life for a much larger number of Urbana residents. So I'd like to thank the City Council for opening up this issue to public comment. I'm glad that we as the residents get to participate in this, and I would invite the City Council to earnestly consider the structural changes that we can make to our community instead of just expanding the police force as a Band-Aid solution.
My name is Martel Miller, and I'm a 60-year resident of Champaign, Urbana. And the reason I say that, we can't arrest ourselves out of poverty. You can hire 100 more police. It's not going to fix the problem that we have. We got a poverty problem in Urbana that we're not addressing. We got a homeless problem that we're not addressing in Urbana. Urbana needs a homeless shelter. Before I spend a dime on law enforcement, I would spend money on a homeless shelter. And with the homeless shelter in Urbana, you would ease up the overcrowding in the homeless shelter in Champaign, because people in Urbana got to go to the shelter in Champaign. To spend money on law enforcement in Urbana, from what I hadn't seen, I seen a traffic stop where Urbana had 8 cars and 1 university car. That was like 3 weeks ago. I got it on my phone. I took a picture of it. And the young black man was stopped for having no license plate. Then it went to, I smell marijuana. I know this young man for 20 years. Never smoked marijuana, don't smoke marijuana, don't have marijuana around him. He's a big videographer across the country. He does all kind of videos all across the country. I was called to another stop that wasn't in Champaign with him. He'd been stopped 4 times, only been here 3 months. He's ready to go. He come back because his girlfriend had a baby. It's the only reason he's here. And if you give too many officers to a police force, that means the officer had to find something to do. They're not gonna go out in the wealthy white neighborhoods and do multiple traffic stops. We're gonna end up like we was 15, 20 years ago when Darrell was here dealing with the traffic stops of Urbana. When you're more likely to get stopped 2 or 3 times as a black person in a year in Urbana than you were a white. So we got to look at what are we going to do in Urbana? Are we going to put money towards people, or are we just going to build up our law enforcement? And I think Urbana should put money towards people. We need more affordable housing in Urbana. We need more like rent assistance in Urbana. We need more where I say community centers in Urbana, like small centers. Invest in some of your schools. You put these new gyms in there. Make them community centers where they can go from after school from 4:30 to 8:30, where these kids have a place to go and have supervision. Y'all can work with the school district, the park district, and do them kind of things, and that will bring down crime. Thank you.
My name is Marina Manetti, and I am also concerned about public safety, very, very concerned. And my whole eye or lens to this whole thing is, I think that there's public safety, a very keen and strong public safety barometer when you see actual drops in prison populations. If there's nothing but rises in prison populations, I think the public isn't safe. from the police. There have been so many situations where the violence gets escalated instead of de-escalated. And there are so many trained people who can de-escalate, and they're not police officers. As soon as a gun shows up on the scene, be it on a police officer or anywhere else, you're escalating the situation. And there are a lot of people who are under extreme pressure day in and day out, and they need someone to listen to them. And that requires people who are trained at listening and responding sensitively to dire situations. Oftentimes, police officers don't have that stance when they arrive to a situation. They've got a gun on their hilt, and they think putting someone away in a cell is going to protect the population. That's not the attitude we need. I've been in different situations where there are very charged emotions, and police were called, and it looked like the police thought it's wanted by this group that someone get arrested. And that was not what's needed. What's needed is de-escalating the emotional charge and speaking in a way that diffuses the tension. And it looks like police officers oftentimes don't have these skills. That's why the public needs to be in there, not someone armed with a gun.
Good evening, Council. I'm Minnie Pearson, President of the NAACP Champaign County Branch, and this evening we have had some wonderful points brought up. I totally agree with what has been said. On the other hand, I am a firm believer in trained police officers being held accountable for their actions. Dismissal if they are caught doing anything that is outside of the law. The only way I would agree to increase slightly police officers is to prevent burnout, to prevent officers being overworked in that respect. But we could better spend that money in areas here in Urbana that is really in bad shape. Is that me? Oh, okay. That is in bad shape. And when you look into those communities and you shed light and you hold landlords accountable and you clean up those areas and you hear those people, you will see an improvement and a drop in the calls for need of the police. But seriously, I know people are going to think that I've lost my mind, but I'm not. I don't want to see an overworked officer stop a person and be rude and ignorant with it. I really don't. I want them to be held accountable. I am a firm believer in the 10 shared principles, and one of those, a lot of those is respect and dignity when you stop anyone. They are human, and they are to be treated as such in all circumstances, regardless. But the only way that I would appreciate a slight increase is to take some of the pressure off of overworked officers, because they are human, they have families, they need to get home, they need to get their work. But anything misconduct, anything, should be dismissal. I agree with Martell Miller. We do have a need for places where our youth can become engaged. We do need places where they can feel safe. We do need garbage picked up. We do need education. We do need all of these things. And so, not to spend over budget on police officers, but for preventative measures and treatment of our people. I could say a lot more because every one of you have made sense. But I do think that we value police officers and we value the trained one, de-escalation, transparency, accountability, all of that, Citizens Review Board, all of that. But a slight increase would alleviate overworked police officers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Larson. I'm an Urbana resident. I'm also the director of the Independent Media Center, where we had a discussion yesterday, really to sort of prepare ourselves as well to be more informed about what we want as citizens of this community. So I have some of the questions that were floated yesterday that I haven't heard yet. I'm interested in how Barry Dunn or you all will continue to involve stakeholders in the input process, particularly actually youth. Certainly I've thought about whether we could do a youth-specific forum at the IMC, but we only have one full-time staff person right now. So when I hear increase of 15 staff people for any organization, I'm somewhat jealous. But I think having a youth-specific input forum would be excellent, and I'd love to support that if I could. I'm also, we also talked about kind of other organizations that should be consulted, and I'm sure kind of are working with Chief Boone and others, but I would love to sort of hear a report out on how races and other domestic violence organizations locally are being consulted as we develop community responder model locally. And then we had someone come from the Dispute Resolution Institute yesterday, and I think I'm really excited for them to be growing here locally. In the report that LEAP presented to us yesterday, they gave some comparisons, and one community had as much as 61% of calls related to conflict resolution. So how could we grow conflict resolution skills locally, perhaps with the support of Dispute Resolution Institute? So those are just some of the questions that came up that I haven't heard yet this evening. I look forward to hearing the report and digging into it more myself, and thank you so much for sharing it with your community.
Any other people wish to address the council tonight for public input? Okay, thank you all very much. There were some emails to read aloud. Did anyone have?
Okay, yes, I have a few. We'll see what I get to. Again, these were specifically asked to be read into the record as part of public input. First one from Sharon Irish. Dear City Council members and Mayor Marlin, please read this message into the record. I write regarding the Barry Dunn Phase 1 report. First, I'd like to acknowledge that Chief Boone met with me in December of 2023 for over an hour, and I appreciate his taking the time to discuss my concerns. I've also attended at least 2 other community meetings where he was present at Urbana Middle School on February 13th and at the second Public Safety Forum at Independent Media Center on March 24. I commend his commitment to listen and get acquainted with community issues. Second, the Barry Dunn report didn't find any circumstances that produced critical/priority recommendations, page 16. This is good news. I appreciate these results. I have read the Barry Dunn Appendix A findings and recommendations and used parts of the full report to further my understanding. But this one of 4 reports of which Urbana has contracted. While the report seems to cover a lot of aspects of staffing, it remains only one source of information focused on police and fire departments and related entities. It isn't clear to me who provided input to this report. Page 12 summarizes some of their processes. I participated in the online feedback, but that was opt-in for folks who have internet access and some level of motivation. Further, there are still 3 more reports pending from Barry Dunn. We should hold off on making any big budget decisions until these reports are submitted and discussed. While Urbana paid a lot of money for these reports, I would encourage us to continue to consider other sources of information as well, such as youth forums with incentives to participate, input from the Urbana Free Library and the Champaign County Mental Health Board, and other units in the city like the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. This community investigation of public safety is not a one-and-done task. It must be ongoing and iterative. In an effort to keep my comments brief, I'd like to stress budget decisions given limited resources are hard and at times heartbreaking. In this imperfect world, I would prioritize robust mental health services and equitable housing. Increase funding for mediation and conflict resolution trainings. If there's a choice between license plate readers and youth programs, I would support youth programs every time. I realize it's unlikely that the choices are that clear-cut, but available technology should not drive our decisions about community well-being. Intra and interagency communication is really hard work, but vital to transparency and accountability. Public safety begins with relationships that build trust. If trained community service responders can relieve pressure on police officers and provide safe, appropriate, and prompt care, then let's hire in that direction. Thank you for your time and dedication. Sharon Irish. And I have another one. And I guess, Clerk, you got the time on for reading? I don't know if some of them get long, if you want to cut me off after 5 minutes, please do. One for Jay. I had another one that was specifically asked for me to read. Yeah, you want to go back and forth? Yeah.
All right. So this one also specifically says to be read into public record. Good evening. My name is David Cisneros. I apologize if I said your name wrong. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I apologize I can't be present in person tonight due to a prior commitment, so I'm sending my written comment to be read into the record. I would like to respond to the discussion of the Barry Dunn report that will be presented and discussed today. As has been stated many times by City Council members and the Mayor themselves, this is an extensive multi-part report of which we only have the first part here. Furthermore, it has not even been 2 weeks since this 300-page report was released, which is not enough time to read and discuss it. Nevertheless, I am confused and shocked by some of the recommendations in the report, and especially the discussion being considered by the mayor and the council to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on hiring 14 new police officers. Why are we considering spending so much money on hiring new police officers, increasing staffing, when we have not even gotten all portions of the study? Do you feel that there has been enough time and opportunity for people in Urbana to digest and discuss this idea? How can we justify increasing police staffing when the reason that the report was commissioned was to study and propose alternative response models? Why would the report recommend the hiring of community responders within the police office when, once again, the discussion on the council and among the public has been focused on non-police response to community problems? What is the justification for hiring 14 more police when non-criminal calls make up the majority according to the report? Why would the very first recommendation you consider be hiring new police officers when both the mayor and the council have spoken for years about reimagining public safety in Urbana? How would the hiring of 14 new officers make Urbana more safe when the public has said time and time again that the causes of crime are poverty, lack of jobs, and other social needs? After giving hours of written and spoken public comment against this idea at city council meetings, how is the public supposed to interpret this recommendation? Does the government Urbana represent its residents, or does it serve the FOP? As you can see, I'm confused and shocked, and I have many questions, but one thing I know is that I am opposed to spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on hiring over a dozen more officers. I hope the council will sincerely listen to its residents as much as it listens to the police chief and highly paid consultants. The public is telling you how to create real safety in Urbana if you care to listen.
Thanks. And then I have another one, again, asked to be read. Dear Mayor Marlin, on October 20th, 2023, you wrote that Solo Grazia would no longer be using Prairie Winds to access their property in Eagle Ridge in violation of the City of Urbana Ordinance number 2025-02-025 once they installed a driveway where they have legal access. After nearly 2 years of using Prairie Winds to access their property, trespassing back and forth between Eagle Ridge and Prairie Winds, Solar Grazia finally installed an access drive around Thanksgiving 2023. In their December 2023 newsletter, Solar Grazia publicly announced our driveway has been finished. Now there's access to the farm off of Munford. Despite your promise, Solar Grazia is using Prairie Winds to access their property in Eagle Ridge more than they did last year, including for moving heavy construction equipment. We have worked in good faith towards resolving the ongoing problem of violation of City of Urbana Ordinance number 2025-02-025 with you for a year. You have chosen in past communications to portray this issue as a conflict. This is not a conflict, difference of opinion, or similar. It is a simple failure on your part to enforce the law. We have debunked the series of made-up, non-legal arguments that you have presented in attempts to justify your ongoing violation of this ordinance in writing. You have refused to provide any admissible evidence in support for assertion that you are not violating City of Urbana ordinance. You place the burden of demonstrating that what is ours, which we have more than met, and then you deny it without providing any evidence to the contrary. Your denial of violating city ordinance, as stated earlier, is tantamount to fraud. Further, you know that you do enforce these ordinances for others in at least 3 instances in Southeast Urbana. In your email on October 20th, 2023, you stated that your position is not to enforce the Urbana City Ordinance. Yet the only possible valid position that can be taken by you in your official capacity is to impartially enforce the law. Director of Solar Grazia reiterated via email to us on March 20th, 2024, that you continue to represent to her that Solar Grazia has your full authority to continue to violate the law. She has threatened us with police action, not for the first time, and you have as well, and in every appearance acts as an agent of the city. Your coercive threats constitute criminal extortion of our property. Similarly, your avowed denial of our ongoing violations of the said city ordinance constitutes criminal fraudulent taking of our property. In the September 29, 2023 written response to you, Paul Tapman eloquently explained to you why your breaking of the law is very destructive to the community. Prairie Winds owners have invested many millions of dollars in infrastructure. Solar Grazia has contributed not one penny, yet they reap the benefits of our enormous investment. To add insult to injury, Solar Grazia has literally destroyed Prairie Winds. Damages are in the excess of $3.2 million. The City Council and Urbana Plan Commission intelligently and deliberately created this said city ordinance to forbid the very thing that you have done to us. Your refusal to enforce the law is unacceptable. You must cease and desist in your deliberate delays and intransigence. It is our duty to enforce city ordinances. It is your duty to enforce city ordinances impartially and without further delay. Sincerely, Elizabeth and Nick Powers.
All right, we also have one from Mayan Weinberg. Dear members of the Urbana City Council, please see below the Champaign-Urbana Jewish Federation's Committee on Anti-Semitism's response, resolution number 2024-03-013R. We respectfully request that the statement be read aloud into the public record at the next City Council meeting. The Champaign-Urbana Jewish Federation Committee on Anti-Semitism response to Urbana City Council Resolution number 2024-03-013R. On March 18th, 2024, the Urbana City Council passed a resolution entitled Resolution number 2024-03-013R, a resolution calling for the end of the Gaza war and a lasting peace. For the reasons discussed below, the Champaign-Urbana Jewish Federation, CUJF, cannot support the resolution as it was ultimately passed. The original text of the Urbana City Council resolution was drafted by a group of individuals in the Urbana-Champaign community and intended to be representative of the viewpoints of different segments in the community. While the resolution does not address all of the points that the CUJF board would have liked to see in City Council resolution, as per the CUJF board statement on February 29th, which was presented to the Urbana City Council on February 29th and is copied in full below. The board recognizes and appreciates the City Council sought input from a broad and diverse selection of viewpoints held by Urbana residents and sought to articulate those values that we all hold in common. The resolution as originally written calls for peace, justice, and coexistence, and we feel that all of these are shared values held widely across both Champaign and Urbana, even shared by those who may disagree on a particular geopolitical issue. Unfortunately, the resolution that was originally drafted by community members was amended at the March 18th meeting with text calling for a halt of military aid to Israel and implicitly placing all blame for the Israel-Hamas war on Israel. Item number 6, which originally read as 6, urged the United States government and international community to prioritize funding tools of peace over weapons of war to create conditions for reconciliation between Israel and Palestine, which is the foundation for a just, secure, and lasting peace, was amended to 6, call the United States government and international community to stop funding weapons of war to Israel so as to create conditions for a reconciliation between Israel and Palestine, which is the foundation for a just, secure, and lasting peace. The version with this amendment is the one passed by Urbana City Council. CUJF cannot support this amendment and hence can no longer support the resolution. CUJF board statement approved on February 29th, 2024, presented to Urbana City Council on February 29th, 2024. The Champaign-Urbana Jewish Federation, CUJF, is a nonprofit organization that serves the local Jewish community. It provides and supports local Jewish programs and activities. It provides help to local members of the Jewish community in need, supports humanitarian causes locally in Israel and in other places, educates the Champaign-Urbana community about Jewish issues, and provides resources and education in fighting anti-Semitism. CUJF promotes equality of opportunity and full civil rights and civil liberties for all. The CUJF Board of Directors feels an obligation to respond to recent proposals and statements made before the Urbana City Council regarding the war between Israel and Hamas. Any discussion concerning the Israel-Hamas war needs to unequivocally, I condemn the massacre on October 7th, 2023, perpetrated by Hamas. 2, demand the immediate return of the remaining hostages in Gaza. 3, call for the dismantling of Hamas, a terrorist organization that has explicitly called for the killing of all Jews. And 4, acknowledge the responsibility of Hamas in the current plight of the civilians in Gaza. While we affirm the right of everyone to speak their mind openly in a public forum, we are deeply distressed by the flood of divisive, hateful, and anti-Semitic rhetoric that has been commonplace during public discussions of similar resolutions around the country, as well as during discussions of the specific proposal that was brought to the Urbana City Council in January 2024. While much of the local discussion has been civil, if heated, we have heard numerous accusations of genocide, claims that Israeli soldiers are worse than Nazis, references to lynch mobs roaming freely, comments about Zionists screaming their lugs out with rabid red faces saying they wanted more massacres, and implication that those opposing the proposed resolution do not value human life. This rhetoric serves only to further sow division in Urbana and the surrounding area and to intimidate and marginalize many in the local Jewish community. We fervently hope for a lasting peace for all in the Middle East and recognize that this is a painful time for many Champaign-Urbana residents with familial and other connections to the region. The remaining couple sentences will be in the minutes.
Any others to read into the record? Okay. We will move on to council input and communications. Mary Alice.
I wanted the public and city council to know of 2 things that I learned at the Regional Planning Commission on Friday morning. The first one is that LIHEAP, which is currently a state program to assist people with utilities, on the books expires on May 2025. So that program will go away unless that sunset clause is removed. I know that the other government agencies are working to try and remove it, but I think it would be helpful if we also contacted our state representatives so that they understood the importance of that program within our community. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was that apparently there was some money left over from the pandemic, and as such, the Regional Planning Commission is partnering with the Housing Authority to purchase an 8-unit single-person property for homelessness specifically. So I also wanted to let people know that that was going on. Thank you.
Any other council member comments? Grace?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sorry, it was a weak hand up. Wanted to say thank you to our presenters tonight. the AmeriCorps volunteers. Congratulations on the fire department promotion, and thank you to the UIC scholars for their presentation, and for all the members of the public who came out and have stayed engaged and gave us lots of good questions and input tonight. Just want to say a quick thing. I don't know if the mayor plans to elaborate more regarding the letter that I read just now in public input about the Solo Grazie operations, and did want to read that out of representation and public input and First Amendment rights, and did want to say that to my understanding that operation is within their legal operating parameters, and working to be considerate neighbors there. I think that's all for now. Thanks.
Any other comments? I had a couple. One, I wanted to remind folks that there is an opportunity for employment in the special census that's going to be taken this fall in certain neighborhoods close to campus. The census field rep jobs are now open, and the government is taking applications. So if you go to the city's website, there's an icon there you can click on. It'll take you to the website. Census workers are federal government employees, and you deal directly with the federal government, but they're looking to they need about 60 people to apply. So they pay approximately between $18.50 and $18.80 an hour. There also will be some supervisor jobs open up in June, which will pay a little bit more, but right now they're looking for field reps. People would begin to work in mid-August through early December. It's a great job opportunity, and it would be very, very helpful to the city of Urbana to recount and recapture the population that we lost artificially in the 2020 census when campus shut down. A little bit extra information about the Regional Planning Commission. Something you may not know is how large they are and how they provide so many different services to the community. They're a service provider as much as a planning agency. They provide over 30 to 32 different programs. They have a budget of $61.8 million, 310 employees. That includes Head Start workers in several different locations. And they actually have 15 physical locations in 5 different counties. So they truly are a regional service provider as well as a planning agency. And they're like an extension of our city government. They help us in so many ways, and they help our community in so many ways as a service provider. They're also going to provide lighting to several neighborhoods in Champaign-Urbana. Scottswood in Urbana, and I believe it's outside of city limits, but certainly right next to our city limits. It's through the SLEEP program, which was Safety Lighting Energy Efficiency Program. So they'll be providing lights for homes, lights on poles, and ring and doorbell cameras. So that's a program that RPC is going to be promulgating. And lastly, congrats to the both men and women's basketball teams. We're very pleased with how they played this weekend and look forward to the next game. And as far as the letter from related to Sola Gratia access to their property, despite what the letter writer has said, Sola Gratia has been and continues to be in full compliance with city ordinance. They have the right to access their farm off Lucas Drive, which is the area of contention, as well as their what will be their main entrance off Mumford Drive. As you know, the city of Urbana is helping to fund and I'm going to finish my statement here. They're helping to fund construction of the office and cleaning facility out there. They're building a driveway, and they are starting their farming operations for the spring. So the main message here is, despite what the homeowners believe, the Sola Gratia workers remain in compliance with city ordinance, and we do support and enforce city ordinance there. Okay, we'll move on to unfinished business. There is none. Reports of standing committees. Committee of the Whole.
On behalf of Committee of the Whole, I present for approval consent agenda item ordinance number 2024-03-015, an ordinance amending the Urbana zoning map, 205 North High Cross Road, plan case number 2483-M-23.
Is there a second?
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu? Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Ms. Colasetti? Ms. Bishop?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin?
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Yes.
That it? That motion passes.
Next.
Go ahead.
Next on the regular agenda, we have I present for approval resolution number 2024-02-013R, resolution adopting mayor council strategic goals for 2024 to 2025.
There's a second.
Second.
Discussion. Mary Alice.
As I look through what's in our packet right now, I wanted to propose on strategy 41A. It says create an ordinance to enhance city contracting opportunities for MWBE and local businesses. I'd like to start with a resolution so that staff have the opportunity to think through how that ordinance should be written. So I'm wondering if we could say start with a resolution to inform an ordinance. I think that would just give better direction, but those are my thoughts on that one.
Chandra.
I'm curious if that's typically how, when we write new ordinances, does it start as a resolution first? Or is that creating a step that doesn't have to be?
That's a great question. I actually have not been on council where a new ordinance has been generated. Certainly updates to ordinances, but not a new one.
Could the mayor or Carol speak to whether or not a resolution prior to an ordinance is necessary?
Sorry about that. I would say it's certainly not necessary, but it's a way, it's not the only way, but it's a way of giving guidance.
If I may weigh in, I will also say that resolutions traditionally are for agreements or short-term actionable things, whereas ordinances or city code, it's more permanent, it's codified.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I would just rather go straight to the ordinance versus kind of creating a separate workload and creating a resolution first. I think we can make it, if we want to lighten the workload on staff, we can put some more specific things in this, but
It was just a suggestion. I just want to make sure that staff has good guidance in terms of what that ordinance should look like. So if we can provide that outside, I was just thinking a resolution would be one way of achieving that, but obviously there are multiple venues to do that.
Grace.
Yeah, I don't feel super strongly either way. I'm fine leaving it as ordinance. Maybe a resolution is one step along the way as we go, or maybe it's not. And yeah, happy to have staff chime in. But if ordinance is sufficient and we can figure out exactly the direction of it along the way in various forms, then I'd be in support of just leaving it as is.
I apologize. I didn't ask Will if he had things to add. I know the presentation is up here to inform the discussion. I apologize for that.
No, not on this particular one. I would say normally it's not ordinance by way of resolution, but if it's an ordinance, there can always be intermediary work products before the ordinance that can be discussed and talked about, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a resolution.
Is there anything else you wanted to present related to the?
No.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, discussion, continue. Is there a motion?
Oh, wait, yeah, I still have more things to.
Yes, we have a motion.
Do we want to do a straw poll on the keep ordinance or resolution here? Or do we feel like we have?
4.1A.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to do a straw poll to change to resolution, or if Mary Alice, if you can take back that.
It's
or...
fine. I can take it back. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Okay. All right. So keeping
straw poll not needed.
Okay. And then I had some that I emailed y'all previously, and we talked about last week, and we got a letter from the Sustainability Advisory Commission on some recommended changes, a few additions to this area 3, particularly 3.3, but kind of moving some up to 3.1. Do you have that easily accessible, Will? Did I send that to you too? Or is it already up there? Am I not seeing it? Okay.
No, this is just the original language. I don't have the SAC memo on hand up here. Sorry.
Okay. I could quickly give it to you on a flash drive if that's helpful for anyone to look at the wording, but also council members have it in front of them there. My recommendations are very similar to the SAC recommendations. As far as I remember, the only difference with mine and the SAC is in 3.3C was to create, and I just added and implement, those 2 words, a grant program for community environmental projects. And then I also, my version differs from SAC in 3.3A. I decided to just scratch the whole one there about evaluate practicality of things. I feel like we've already kind of done it and it's vague and not particularly helpful. And I would choose to replace it with pursue the implementation of a single-use plastic bag fee. Or was it already in there? Nope, just kidding. I swapped it out with support food scrap composting at the Urbana LRC. The bag fee was already in the SAC recommendation.
Diane?
Mary Alice.
Grace, I'm a little confused because I'm looking at what's on Will's screen, and it seems like you're suggesting things that aren't on Will's screen, and you're looking at an email. So can we marry the two so that we're all looking at the same thing?
Yes, I can put what I have on a flash drive right now to put it up on that screen. This was emailed to council members. Yeah, I just sent my version yesterday, and the SAC one was from Luke Westalker a bit ago.
Mary Alice.
So while Grace does that, I know that we've had this conversation about a single-use plastic bag fee in the past, and I know that staff has looked into the feasibility of it. I wonder if you can provide Carol any background to everybody in terms of where we stood with that. If I remember correctly, we didn't have the staff to implement it, but.
Well, we talked about the, this is just based on my recollection, we talked about the trade-offs of effort, you know, given that the staff that would be involved basically have a full plate. We did add someone in finance that could potentially do the finance work, but the other thing that I think when Tim had made this presentation that we were talking about what level of community engagement is the council looking for, and also what is the goal, because there's different ways. If you just want people to stop using the plastic bags, we don't need to have this whole structure. There's other ways to do it. Like we could just say, if you have a store bigger than 5,000 square feet, you can't use them anymore. That's another way to do it. So I think a little bit more guidance and so on, but then that was what we were looking for, because we did have trade-offs that we would have in terms of staff time.
James.
Yeah, I took a look at this. Thank you, Grace, for sending it ahead of time. I'm not comfortable with deleting what was 3.32, where you've said replace a thing that we decided to be on there with a thing of your own suggestion. I'm not saying I'm against adding the thing that you're suggesting. I'm just not willing to get rid of what we had in there about capital improvements and sustainability.
May I ask, are you willing to add it? Like we could have A, B, C, D under 3.3? Because the way I remember it, the food waste one was one that just didn't make the numbers in our ABC framework.
Yeah, I'm just speaking at this moment to say I don't want to take out the item about our capital improvements and sustainable practice in our buildings. I'm going to go along with the consensus on whether the other items that you've suggested should be added or not. I'm not, I kind of feel I'm supportive of pursuing a process to reduce the single-use plastic. This may be the way to do it. The bag fee may be the way to do it. A ban might be a way to do it. I would consider that as well. I'm just not ready to give up on adding green capabilities to our buildings when we do significant work on them.
So the original strategy 3.3A was evaluate the practical and financial feasibility of sustainability improvements in city facility capital projects.
That was the SAC recommendation, I think. That was also not the original wording in the previous council goals draft, but it was similar, I think.
Evaluate the.
I'm okay with that wording as it stands.
So could we do that as separate ones? Keep what was previously, well, Will, I was looking at that when you're making me dizzy. Keep what was previously 2 and add support food scrap composting, so we would have 4 under 3.3.
Yeah, I'm okay with talking about adding your suggestions.
Can we take a straw poll for support for food scrap composting as being added? Yeah.
And forgive my ignorance, is food waste composting at LRC happening already, or is this a new?
So, yes, thank you. I'd love to talk about compost. This has been happening in the 3 years that I've been on council and been trying to get this in a cooperation or commitment on an official council kind of city position. This project has already had a pilot project started. We've got tens of thousands of dollars in grant money from outside nonprofits working with the LRC. They've set up a system in their inventory so people, we got to figure out some more of the who's the drop-off, but they have a charge register to have the technical capability to accept food scrap just like they do other yard waste products. So this pilot project did operate for maybe about a year or so with one waste hauler that we had been working with. And then unfortunately the waste hauler decided that they weren't able to continue. So the pilot project has already started and reached its first pause for the first major obstacle for the next phase of it.
So by support, you mean figure out overcoming those barriers like to implement a full sustainable program?
Yeah, I think that it could look a lot of different ways. It could be it's time support, financial support, maybe just publicity on the city website, maybe helping coordinate with some of the waste haulers, maybe helping draft an RFP to use some of that unspent grant money that we have for this project already from another nonprofit. I think there's a lot of ways that the city could support this project.
Mary Alice?
Yes, I was trying to figure out what you meant by support food waste composting. So it's pretty, it sounds to me like there's different ways that the city could support this. It seems to me like we're not going to ask people to drive their food waste to the LRC. There's got to be some pickup, right, of some kind. And in that case, really our only opportunity, because of the way the garbage hauling is set up, is it has to be a hauler that is willing to do that. So you said that one hauler did do it. Does that mean that all the haulers that operate in Urbana will not do it? Because if that's the case, then that's not an opportunity. Does that make sense?
Sure. I wouldn't go that far. Say in the recruiting efforts from the Champaign County Environmental Stewards nonprofit who orchestrated a lot of this, there was some outreach to waste haulers, but I wouldn't say that every single waste hauler that operates in Urbana was really contacted and said no. We kind of put out a few feelers, found one that was interested, and went with it. We are, have kind of, still currently been looking, but I would say not super actively. I think that the city could probably leverage some resources. I've also had some very preliminary idealistic talks with Courtney Kwong, the recycling coordinator, and Scott Tess, and maybe down the road some big picture possibilities of this being incorporated, something similar to U-Cycle, where the city can help contract the hauler. And I will say that also the hauler is not absolutely necessary, depending on who you ask, that there is a possibility of some self drop-off, although it might not be feasible on a few areas.
Okay, Carol, did you want to comment?
I just wanted to say, I wish we had had this more robust conversation when we did the off-site, just because Scott was present and he's not present. But I will say, because I do recall that some years ago, so not that long ago, because I haven't been here that long, but say 4 or 5 years ago, there was a survey that was done of Urbana residents, asking them if they, I guess there were levels. How much more would you be willing to pay to facilitate this? And what we determined at that time was that people were unwilling to pay enough to cover the additional cost of bringing it to the LRC. So I just want to add that into the conversation. And maybe just say Kevin James urged us to make, not to have too many things under these different umbrellas. And so we just want to channel him a little bit right now.
James?
Yeah, I just want to speak a little bit to Mary Alice's question, because there are multiple paths to this that could involve residential, could involve restaurant or industry focused. So it's not just asking all the haulers that run through the city to start doing this. It could be like we do with U-Cycle with a contract. It could be self-delivery, or it could only be focused on high volume areas that could do it. But there are other paths. What's here does not say which one is going to be pursued. I know what Carol was talking about with regard to the interest that people provided a while ago, and said they weren't interested in the U-Cycle, the blue bucket, whatever kind of version of this that was proposed back then. But things have changed. People have become more conscious of this as it's evolved.
Jan?
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple points with this. I think, yes, we're trying to be mindful of not having too many things, but I do think it's warrants bringing to attention that Grace has been asking about this for years. And this isn't something that we spend a lot of time with that organized meeting, but I think it's a disservice to say it hasn't come up before. This is something that, the Sustainability Advisory Committee has been talking about, certainly is something that I think Grace has worked really hard to try to get more attention to. So I think that's worth noting. I also think we have an incredible group that's the SAC, right? So as we're talking about, well, what could this look like? What would it, what would implementation mean? This is pretty broad, so support can mean a lot of things. Maybe support is saying, SAC, yeah, please look at this more. That's support, right? We're not saying we're going to implement a whole new program. We're not saying we're dedicating XYZ amount of money, but especially when we're always talking about how limited our resources are. There's unspent grant money. Why would we not use that opportunity to explore something that would be better for our community? So I'd be happy to support this.
Would the word explore food waste composting be a better word? Do you want support? Okay. All right.
May I say, I need to respond to something, please, of the survey about composting. I'm very familiar with that survey a few years ago. It's already been taken into consideration. Also, other points about a plastic bag ban versus fee, that's also been considered. Again, we've got recommendations from the SAC. That exact survey is why we aren't doing residential pickup. We're starting with pre-consumer bulk food waste. I'm pretty sure that we did talk about this when we were off-site. I remember Charisse fortunately asking questions, and I had the opportunity to explain a little bit about compost. And we did talk about it while Scott was there, and he didn't have the opportunity to speak up. We ran out of time, and we ran out of ABC numbers. So I think this was brought up, and that survey is not something holding this up by any means.
Okay, we need to move along and try to get some resolution here. So if we can go back up to strategy 3.1, item 4. Is this an addition from last week? Add 1 additional FTE arbor technician and vehicle for adequate tree maintenance to maintain current urban canopy status and decrease vacant tree sites. Is there consensus that you want to add that? Thumbs up or down? Thumbs up. All right. Strategy 3.3. you eliminated the sustainable infrastructure language that was there. Do you want to put that back in? Thumbs up? Thumbs
Who
down?
eliminated it?
Well, it's not here anymore.
That was just a recommendation.
We
yeah.
did not eliminate it.
Okay, it's there. All right.
There was the slight wording change from SAC recommendation, but it's the same general idea. I'm not sure which ones.
For everyone's assistance, clarify whose version are we looking at on the screen right here? Is this the official one? Okay.
The PowerPoint is the official one.
Okay.
The Word document has two sections. I believe it's Grace put the SAC wording on the top, and the bottom half is her wording.
Can you
Sorry,
go
the
back-
top one's just a markup.
Can you go back to
SAC
the
one's
official
different.
version so we're all we're working from the same thing? Okay. Let's go down to strategy 3. I don't think strategy 3.2 had any changes. 3.3. What do we need to add to that? Support food scrap recycling. Okay, what was the exact language on that again? Support food waste composting at Urbana LRC. Okay, and then the number 3 is can you go back down to the blue version again? Okay, and then the last one is add implementation, create and implement a grant program. And on C, create and implement the grant program. Are you consensus for that language? Thumbs up? All right.
Yeah, the SAC recommendation was also to move what's here, 3.3B, move that up to 3.1, and then add under 3.3 the part about the bag fee.
So move 3.3.
3.3B about green stormwater management. The SAC had recommend move that one to 3.1. It's just moving it from one
Moving it
to
from
the
one
other.
to the other?
Yeah.
All right.
And then the SAC also recommended then adding under 3.3 the wording about pursue implementation of the single-use bag fee.
Bag tax.
The wording from the SAC that Will can copy over if he wants it from them is pursue the implementation of a single-use bag fee as recommended by the Sustainability Advisory Commission's resolution number 2023-02-011R.
Does that give you enough flexibility based on what we heard tonight? I see a head shake over here, Mary Alice.
No, I think that there's really two things here. One, can we reduce the number of plastic bags that are going into the system? That's kind of the purpose, right? We're going to charge you. But then there's the other one, which is, can we make any money off of it? And I think the first one's more important than the second one. It's more important to reduce the plastic than it is for us to make money off of it. And if that is the case, then do we go with the route of just banning plastic bags? So that's why I think that there's still some discussion in terms of where to go with that. So I don't know if having something explicit that we will pursue a bag fee would allow for that further conversation.
How about pursue the reduction of single-use plastic bags in the city of Urbana? However road you choose to get there. Thumbs up? Okay. 2 thumbs down, 4 thumbs up.
Just to avoid having a conversation, I think it's worth noting, I feel like we have these incredible boards and commissions. There's a specific recommendation. I'm inclined to support that recommendation.
Any other discussion?
say again that the SAC did consider a ban. It's obviously each person and this council can come up with our own ideas. I do think it would have been great to have had these conversations also sometime in the past year or two that we've had it brought up, or since February of 2023 of the SAC recommendation. So yeah, just increasingly frustrated at the speed of bureaucracy. It's what happens. But I was just really hoping that this was something we could do, and it has been years and an increasingly frustrating process.
What's the will of the council at this point? Pursue the reduction of the use of plastic bags in Urbana, or follow the resolution of SAC? All those, straw poll, thumbs up on number one.
I just want to say, this is a blueprint for our goals. I like the simpler language, and I believe that when we're working on actually solving the problem, that the bag fee is the likely answer that we're going to end up with. But this is what's our goal here? We want to reduce the amount of plastic that's being used in this way. That's the overarching goal. We can follow this, we can have that as our goal and still follow the SAC when we actually implement how we do that. This is not the implementation process. This is the council goals part of the process.
Okay, thumbs up on the simpler language, or do you want to keep what's here? Thumbs up on the simpler, 1, 2.
I have to say that it's not just simpler language, it's a different idea, I think. But
We need to come to a decision here.
were our thumbs a tie, or what?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. You're keeping the language as stated here. Okay. Anything else?
And then I don't know if there's any more specific ones, but also just wondering as council if whenever we're done with the specific items, if we are feeling ready to pass tonight, which obviously could be a vote. I know that we have held this a little bit because we were missing a council member, and just wanted to acknowledge that we are still missing someone tonight. So just if anyone wanted to have any thoughts on if we are ready to go with them tonight and be done with it, or if we did want to take an option to send it back to Cal. I don't think you can keep it in council, can you?
You could send it back to committee and then on to council again? Or,
I
ahead.
appreciate the sentiment, but Sharice was able to participate in the discussion. So
okay.
I don't know, she didn't reach out to me and say she had things she wanted to. Did she reach out to anyone else and said with concerns? Did anybody get an email from her about things she wanted to change? I understand the sentiment, but I think she's been an active participant in this.
Okay, then we have before us resolution number 2024-02-013R, which is the resolution adopting the mayor council strategic goals for 2024-2025. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Ms. Colasetti?
Yes.
Ms. Bishop?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin?
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Yes.
That motion passes. Last items of business are two appointments to, The first is the appointment of Darius White to the Urbana, is that the second one? Oh, sorry. First one is the appointment of Bill Rose as the Boneyard Creek Commissioner for a term ending June 30th, 2027. Bill's a 39-year resident of Urbana. He's been an Illinois registered architect since 1987. He He retired from the U of I, where he held a position of research architect. He previously served on the Property Maintenance Code Board of Appeals and the Historic Preservation Commission. He currently serves on the Plan Commission. His interest in serving as the Boneyard Creek Commissioner is sparked by a long-held intrigue at the potential of the Boneyard Creek water feature for Urbana residents and in following through on the initiatives already begun to beautify and enliven the site. The qualifications I bring to the application include planning education as part of my degree in architecture practice, professional work as a U of I researcher at the Building Research Council, where the focus of his work was on water management. He authored the book Water in Buildings, and he considers himself very qualified to review plans and evidence and to apply these skills in arguing for public good. And then the other appointment is the appointment of Darius White to the Urbana Free Library Board, and the term would actually end June 30th, 2026. He's filling out the term of a person who stepped down from the board. So the term ends June 30th, 2026. He's a 6-year resident of Urbana. He's the Community and Experience Manager at Dick's House of Sport. His job responsibilities encompass a wide range of tasks, from hiring and developing effective community teams to managing budgets and ensuring overall store contribution. He's the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion head coach at Dick's, and he's committed to promoting a culture of inclusivity within the organization. He has served on various boards and commissions, including the Eastern Illinois University Alumni Board, the Urbana Park District Advisory Board. He holds an MBA, Essentials Certification from the U of I Urbana-Champaign, and a Bachelor of Science in Human Services and Community Leadership from Eastern. He says he's, quote, interested in joining the Urbana Free Library Board of Trustees because he's passionate about promoting lifelong learning in the community. He believes that libraries play a vital role in providing access to information, resources, and educational opportunities for individuals of all ages and backgrounds. By serving on the board, I hope to contribute my skills and knowledge to help shape the future direction of the library and to ensure that it continues to be a valuable asset for the community. So I would ask for approval for these two individuals.
I will move approval for Darius White to the Urbana Free Library Board of Trustees for a term ending on June 30th, 2026. That's correct?
Yes.
And approval for William Bill Rose as the Boneyard Creek Commissioner for a term ending on June 30th, 2027.
Is there a second?
A second. Second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Chandra. Any discussion? All those, can we do a voice vote? Oh, all those, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Ms. Colasetti?
Yes.
Ms. Bishop?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin?
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry?
Yes.
That motion passes. And we'll now move on to reports of officers, which is, the focus of this is on the Barry Dunn report. I'd like to introduce and welcome Michelle Weinzettel, who's the senior manager at Barry Dunn, who will introduce findings of the Public Safety Operational Review and Assessment. Actually, the journey toward this report started almost 4 years ago. The report reflects the first phase of the multi-phase assessment, which focuses on staffing models for Urbana police and fire departments. And other phases will examine calls for service, alternative response models, and an action plan for implementation of alternative response models. I just wanted to say, like many communities around the country, 2020 marked a turning point for us here in Urbana. We faced a growing mental health crisis, unprecedented gun violence, increased stress of all levels related to COVID-19, and nationwide concern about citizen deaths related to police encounters. We realized there was a need to examine our own public safety response model here in Urbana. And we wanted to understand who's calling for service, why they are called, who is best equipped and trained to respond to these calls. We haven't taken a lot of steps since the 2020 killing of George Floyd. We adopted the 10 shared principles, and that was led by NAACP President Minnie Pearson with community members and the Illinois Association of Police Chiefs. We rewrote the UPD's use of force policy with the NAACP, the ACLU, community members, and our departments. We passed a structural resolution to end racism in Urbana. We had active bystandership for law enforcement training, ABLE training. We had extra de-escalation training. We piloted a crisis co-responder team with a partnership between Rosecrans and utilizing our own police officer who also holds a master's in social work for follow-up response. And in early 2023, we initiated the comprehensive public safety review that we're going to hear about tonight. I wanted to thank the two city council members, Chandra Bishop, Jaya Colasetti, who served on the committee that helped interview and selected Barry Dunn as the firm. I want to thank all the city leadership in all departments, city employees, members of the community who provided input. This is the beginning of a long process that will transform our public safety response model. And Michelle will present findings tonight. We'll be happy to answer council members' questions. And again, this public discussion tonight is going to be the first of several. So this is the introduction, and it's the beginning. Thank you, Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And also, I just want to echo the fact that a number of you have said and thank the people who came and provided comment, and that's great. It's nice when people actually read your work. So I appreciate the fact that folks have done that and that people are very keenly interested, and rightly so, in the process and what's occurring. I believe that I will end up covering a lot of the questions that came up from folks that brought them forward. If not, I did make a few notes off to the side, and if I get to the end and I haven't covered those, I'll make sure that I circle back. And of course, I'm happy to answer questions also. I will just say that what you're going to see, I think everybody's aware, this is a lengthy report. It takes a long time to read. It takes longer to write, which some of you can appreciate. What you're going to see is a very brief overview covering kind of typical high points of a process like this that we like to call out. And as I go through that, I'll certainly, again, if you have questions or any questions, I'm happy to answer for you. Just real quickly, we're going to do through an agenda here. We'll talk a little bit about what we're doing, talk about the scope of the project. We will address the methodology for the review of both police and fire. We'll go into some key recommendations, and then, of course, at the end, as we've talked about, there will be an opportunity for questions. So when we think about the objectives of this project, and I do know that I saw the circulation or the little brief that was given out, I think at a meeting last night, summarizing certain points. Really, this project has two primary elements to it. The first is a staffing study looking at staffing needs and demands for the police and the fire departments specifically. Following that, it also includes the next kind of section of it is looking at alternative response models and what that looks like. You can see in the slide here kind of the high-level points that are listed in our work plan with the city, and one of those is an essential calls for service review, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But at any rate, the next piece really following after we go through the essential call for service review is to look at alternative response in a broader sense. We cover some of this in the report that's in front of you, but there will be obviously a deeper dive going into that going forward. So this section concerns staffing within the police department, and specifically looking primarily at response staffing, which is generally patrol and investigations. So the first thing that we do when we do a project of this nature, we're looking for good data, and we get data from a multitude of different places. We get data from the CAD, or computer-aided dispatch system. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We get data from RMS, which is the records management system, which is kind of a sister system, but not the same data. We get data from uniform crime reporting or from FBI crime statistics. We get data from multiple other sources, including surveys of staff, various worksheets and instruments that we've created to collect very specific data related to staffing in terms of how we understand what it takes to staff response in a police agency. I want to just talk a little bit about the difference between CAD and RMS. When we talk about CAD, that's the computer-aided dispatch system. It comes from METCAD. METCAD is the communications center that provides all of the radio dispatching for the whole county, for Champaign County, but also for the police and the fire departments. CAD data effectively is anytime someone calls dispatch, they create a CAD record. That information includes things like the date, the time, the origin of the call, where it was, the type of the call, and it includes a number of other things like units sent, whether they're from the police department or from another police department or any ambulance or any other units that are sent to that. It has many different sections to it. So CAD data is kind of the beginning of where a lot of that data originates. RMS data or records data is a kind of a different set of data. It's a subset of that data typically, and there can be differences in CAD data versus records data or RMS data because not everything that starts in CAD ends up in RMS. And in some cases, in a lot of police departments, there are records that are added to RMS that never originate in CAD. So they come from different places. And the reason that's important is that even within and throughout the report, there are sometimes discrepancies in certain data, and people may look at that and go, why doesn't this data match that data? A lot of it has to do with where the source of that data is, and it also has to do with who we're looking at as we create the data. One of the things that we do that's very important is look at comparison data from other studies that we've conducted. I have personally done approximately 30 or so of these studies all over the country in departments large and small, and we have to filter the data into similar formats so that we can cross-compare with other organizations. And what that means is, for example, in your police department, we're looking at police patrol data, not necessarily patrol data, detectives, sergeants, deputy chiefs, and so on. So just understand that there will be times within the report where there may be some discrepancies about the data. And filtering is a key factor in isolating and analyzing the data. One of the things I want to point out is the workload model that we work from is what we call an obligated workload model. This is a national standard. In fact, Barry Dunn didn't come up with this. It is considered the gold standard for how we understand what patrol resources are required to manage workload volumes. When we talk about this model, it's a 30-30-30-10 model. 30%, no more than 30% of officers' time should be spent from the point of call, from the time dispatch calls them until the time they finish the call. We call that obligated workload. They're obligated to do something because someone summoned them. They've got a duty or a responsibility that comes from being summoned to do that. The next 30% is what we call administrative workload, and those are things like filing reports, collecting evidence, bagging and tagging evidence, doing follow-up, emails, in-service training, a whole host of other things. And the third category is left over for officer discretion or uncommitted time. And we typically call that, we say it's 30, but effectively that's where the other 10% resides as well, with an understanding that the way that and the nature of the way policing and public safety works, that 10% may be shifted on a daily basis into one of those other categories. The reason that's important is when we talk about obligated workload, this is workload that generates from the community. We're not talking about officer-initiated activity. So if we're talking about traffic stops or we're talking about other things that officers might initiate on their own, that's in a different bucket. And that data, although it's important and it is work, that's not the obligated workload that we're trying to understand. So also it's important to understand that within the construct of how we analyze data, we also separate the data effectively into 3.5 categories: criminal, service, and traffic. And it's important, there's a distinction that's important when we look at traffic data. When we're looking at traffic data from the community, that's not traffic stops. When we say traffic data, we're talking about somebody who called in a roadway hazard or a stop sign that was down or something along those lines. When we say traffic in the construct of community-initiated data, we're talking about somebody reporting a traffic condition. They might even be reporting a reckless driver. Traffic, when we talk about officer-initiated, is more about traffic stops or other things that they might do related to traffic. So just a couple of key distinctions there. It is important also to understand that we categorize certain things as criminal, which may or may not be reported through, like the FBI, as criminal incidents. Effectively, anything where someone could be charged, we consider that a criminal incident. So even if that's an ordinance violation. So some of those numbers look a little bit differently, but again, that's a cross comparison piece, and it's something that we do consistently in our work. What you see here is an excerpt of data within the CAD system. What the original CAD data set had somewhere around, I think, 90-some thousand lines of data. We discovered that there were a lot of duplicates in that data coming out of the CAD system, and we had to remove those. And I want to just talk a little bit about what it took to get the CAD data. We worked for several months trying to get CAD data from MetCAD. One of the challenges is MetCAD doesn't typically pull this kind of data. They really don't have a methodology for pulling this data, and quite frankly, surprisingly, neither do the vendors. We oftentimes work with even third parties to extract data from data systems to get the kind of response data that we're looking for coming out of CAD. This was a I will thank Deputy Chief Searles for during that period, the many efforts were made to try to get the CAD data. Ultimately, after several months, they said, well, how about this? And apparently they had a preset inquiry that someone else had created some time ago, and they were able to extract a certain amount of CAD data. Again, at this point, MetCAD lacks the ability to pull CAD data in the most appropriate way, and so that is one of the things going forward that's going to be really important, is to make sure that functionality becomes available as you're going to want to pull this CAD data with some regularity to continue to monitor things. Regardless, we took the CAD data and we looked at what the data was, and we started to filter the data out into different categories. And what you see here, originally there were about 32,000 hours of data in total in the data set. Approximately 25,000 of those hours related to community-initiated activity. However, some of that data is non-call for service data. And what we mean by that is if dispatch puts out an extra patrol request, for example, that's not a specific obligated workload piece, even though it shows up in CAD as consuming time. Sometimes there's information to officers. Follow-up is not considered obligated workload, even though sometimes that shows up in CAD. So part of our process, we strip out non-call for service data, and what you see here is an adjusted data total in the blue bar on the bottom of about 19,762 hours, which is that's your obligated workload effectively that your patrol officers are responding to within this particular year. And again, I just want to point out again real quickly here that you can see that there's the community initiated and then the officer initiated, and you can see the number there is only 2,700 hours, and I'll come back to that, but just want to call that out. The other thing that we do, and I kind of talked about this, is that we split things into crime, service, and traffic. Within this data, we also look at motor vehicle crashes as a separate category. In this particular table, motor vehicle crashes are included in the service data category. There's some other tables within the report where we call that out and split that data out. But again, effectively here, as we peel away the onion and we look at just patrol officers' responses to obligated workload, it's about 16,000 hours within this model. And again, this particular model shows the percentage of total calls, the percentage of service calls, and the percentage of time spent. These are not uncommon. Most organizations, most police organizations are service, they are slanted towards service delivery as the primary aspect of the work that they do. One of the things that's important is that we oftentimes think about, when we think about staffing, we think about staffing from 2,080 hours because that's what everyone gets paid. The reality is for police officers, what we really want to know is how many hours were you able to dedicate to actually driving a squad car on an annual basis. And the first thing that we do is we look at unit availability, and we asked the city to provide us with the average amount of leave time for people in patrol. So what you see here is, if you look at this total for Urbana patrol officers on average across all of those active police officers, they averaged about 1,719 hours of available time, which compares to about 1,697 hours from multiple other studies. In other words, Urbana is very, very similar to the other outputs that we've seen in other organizations. Again, the importance here is to recognize that we're not starting with a baseline of 2,080 hours, we're starting with a baseline for you of 1,719 hours. So that 30% that we talked about is not 30% of 2,080, it's 30% of 1,720. This is a table that indicates call volume by hour of the day. The blue bar, it's a bell curve. You can see, and this is showing when the calls for service come in. These are annual totals. The light green bar is the officer-initiated activity. The green bar here in this table is comparatively low against other projects that we've done. And when we see a low bar in the percentage level that we see for your organization, typically that's a result of low staffing counts or being understaffed. In your case, we know that the department has been working short. That certainly can be a contributor, but also overall work volumes can contribute. And again, typically what we see is an increase in the green bar as officer volume, as call for service volume declines. And we really don't see a significant pattern of that here, most likely related to the fact that when your significant declines are occurring, it's in the wee hours of the morning when there is just simply not that many vehicles that are out and about, or other people that might be out doing suspicious activity, those kind of things. This is a quick look at your call for service volume by beat. Effectively, what you can see here is that the volume of activity across the city, or the police department currently uses 5 separate patrol beats. And currently, the volume across those beats is very similar, as is the officer-initiated activity. However, one of the things that is in question at this point is whether a 5-beat structure is the most efficient or effective for your community, and that is something that we're looking at as an additional piece of work with the city, examining where and when your calls are coming in to help the police department make an informed decision about its beat structure. Beat structure also relates to something we call geographic policing. Geographic policing is the idea that police officers are assigned to similar areas within their community on a consistent basis. It helps with building relationships, but it also helps with understanding what might be out of place. Geographic policing aligns with community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing, and it's a mechanism to help organizations and help officers focus on specific areas of the community. One of the challenges for your police department is, and there's a similar challenge for the fire department, kind of in a different category, but because your maximum staffing only allows you to do 1 person in each beat, and because a lot of police calls for service require a backup officer, that means we're vacating one of those beats and leaving it empty many, many times. So there are better depending upon your staffing numbers, there are more effective ways to maintain geographic policing, and that's something that we'll be paying attention to as we go forward. The other thing I wanted to mention is that your backup, we look at primary units versus backup units. The primary unit, the way that we learn who the primary unit is, typically that's a field that's completed within the CAD data set. So when we get that from dispatch, they will say this was the primary unit assigned to this car or to this call. We also look at whether that unit, what the unit assigned to the call, responded to a call that was in their assigned area, which is where we look at in versus out of beat response. And again, there's a high volume of out of beat response for the very reasons that we talked about. If officer in zone 1 is responding to a call in zone 2, and now there's a call in zone 1, someone from zone 3 has to go to 1, and pretty soon nobody's at home. So we see that kind of cascading effect that plays out. Your backup ratio, so you have a ratio of about 54% primary response and 45% backup response. That is it's within range of other organizations that we've looked at, and certainly, quite frankly, some organizations have a lower backup range because of availability of resources. And so, if your department was fully staffed and those beats were fully staffed, you might actually see a slight increase in the number of backup responses depending upon availability. This is a really important table because it reflects the number of staff that are required, but it's by section of the day. And this is really important. If you look in this table at the very top, you have a window from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And we can see that based on the annual volume, this would require 3 officers strictly based on workload volume. That is, if we take all the numbers and we divide versus how many hours are available, it would suggest that you need 3 officers during that period. However, from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., you need 10. Again, this is where if you remember the bell curve that I showed you before, this is where all that volume is occurring. And I think it's around 64%, give or take, that's occurring during that window. Again, then we get into the overnight from 23 to 07 or from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And again, that number is 4. From a staffing perspective, from a maintaining public safety, having enough staff on duty to manage the geography of the community, the volume that comes in to provide for officer safety and backup, and even to have enough people around when other officers are tied up at the jail or whatever. We can't look exclusively at the 3 number from 7 in the morning to 11 a.m. or overnight at the 4 number. Based on overlaps, there's a way to move those numbers, and ultimately the number that, and again, some of those can be moved around, but regardless, it results in a need for 17 shifts on a total basis across the day. We have a shift relief factor, and what that means is how many people does it take to staff 1 shift every day of the year. Because of your 1,719 hours that are available, if we look at your shift duration, we do the math, you need 2.55 officers to cover 1 shift 365 days per year. So if we take 17 officers or 17 responders and we multiply that times 2.55, gives us 43.35. We have not figured out how to make a 0.35 officer yet, so we round that up to 44. So that's the number that's reflected in our recommendations. Again, the importance here is recognizing that it's not, all volume does not occur equally across the day. And you need to have enough people on during that midsection, that 64% section of volume, to manage the workload. And by staggering the shifts in some fashion, you can accomplish that and also supplement overnight and day shift staffing as well. I want to just mention that one of the things that we've talked about is this number that you see here is the 44 is the addition of 13 personnel. There's been some different comments that were made a little bit earlier, and I want to clarify a couple of things. We're recommending 7 sworn police positions, so 7 sworn officers. The CSRs, or the community service responders, their name is used there's a number of different variations out there, but these are non-sworn. They're not police officers. They're non-sworn. They don't go through the police academy. It's not the same type of structure. This is a common response type that's used throughout the country, and the 6 CSRs that Barry Dunn is recommending within this report are in part to support alternative response. It's also important to understand that alternative response is also an internal factor. It's aligning the right response with the right problem. We want to align the right resource with the right problem. It's commonplace in the work that Barry Dunn does that we look at the work that's being done within a police department and we analyze, do we need to send a sworn officer to go to this activity at a cost of X when we could send someone else to manage this activity at a much reduced cost. So as we think about alternative response, there are some internal types of things that go along with that. One is redirection of resources or of call for service types to internal personnel, again, which may be less expensive than hiring sworn officers. There's also online reporting, telephonic reporting. The other pieces of alternative response also circulate mostly from the sources that kind of are going around in the country right now, mostly from the mental health side, from the crisis response side. And certainly the police department already has a presence in that. And there's additional conversation to be had about what that looks like going forward. But I just want to clarify that we're talking about the CSRs at this point. This is to manage certain volume that would not necessarily require a police officer. For example, blocking an intersection during a motor vehicle crash, or waiting for a tow to arrive, or other minor things that don't require a licensed officer to be there, but certainly still require emergency equipment and certain expertise. So again, the recommendation from Barry Dunn is particularly in this case, it's a question of balancing your workloads against your capacity. And effectively what we're saying is that your capacity is not sufficient based on your workloads. However, you don't necessarily need to solve that simply by adding police officers to that equation. I'm going to delve just briefly into investigations, and like patrol, we use a workload-based model for investigations. It's a little different model. We look at the types of cases. We look at how many cases are being managed. We look at the amount of time that they have available to manage different cases. There is no, contrary to the patrol model that I talked about and that being a national standard, there is no national standard for investigation deployments. I can tell you, however, that I was a person who authored a national study, a national survey that went out to police investigators and supervisors a handful of years ago. To my knowledge, it's the one and only of its kind that sought and looked at workloads and caseloads from investigators across the country. We received 1,000 responses to that survey, which for those of you that work in the survey world, that's a big number, especially within the subsection of policing. The reason I tell you that is it provided us with some things we sort of knew, but were validated by the data that was returned. In your case, we have a certain number of detectives, and they have an annual number of cases. What we're seeing here is 2-year average data, and this is showing that an average number of cases per detective of 3 per month. Typically, depending upon investigation case type, For homicide investigations, for example, 3 to 5 cases would be common. In other cases, for property crimes, that number might be closer to 15 or 20. But commonly, we see on average somewhere between 12 to 15 cases is a typical caseload for investigators. It's a little more complicated in Urbana because you have had some more significant crimes, that shootings and so forth, that require a certain amount of investigative effort, which then reduces the ability of them to spend time on other types of offenses. One of the observations that we made, and we do see that on-scene time for your patrol officers is slightly elevated from other organizations. One of the reasons that we think that might be occurring is because we do know that Urbana patrol officers do a lot of their own follow-up work while they're on scene. So a call that might, in a lot of organizations where officer might go out, take a call, there might even be backup involved, they would collect the preliminary information, leave the call, type a report, send it to investigations, and investigation would follow up later. For Urbana PD, a lot of that follow-up, which actually would come into a different category, is being managed in on-scene follow-up or preliminary investigation. What that means is that there's an opportunity as the organization continues to go forward and grow, there's an opportunity to look at whether some of that investigative work might be shifted to the investigations division if they had additional capacity to absorb it. So again, that's a piece. At this point, it's our assessment that there are sufficient investigators to manage the investigative workloads. Again, it is, and it would be of some value to continue to look at, from the police department side, whether there needs to be a shift in moving some of those investigative efforts over to the investigations, General Investigations Bureau, as opposed to having that occur within patrol specifically. I wanted to mention just a couple things on some notes I took. There was a comment made about the number of officers in patrol. The number of officers allocated to patrol includes supervisors, which are not primary call for service responders. In other words, they're not the ones that are picking up the radio and going. That number is actually 31. If you include the canine officer, it's not 47, even though that is the total number allocated to patrol. So when we talk about 44 as a number allocated to patrol, that's allocated to primary call for service response. I know there was a number of questions around technology, and I want to clarify a couple of things on that. One of the things we look at is field technology. What technologies does the police department have in the squad cars to be most efficient and effective in executing their work? The worksheet, the survey that someone mentioned, has to do with that specifically, looking at what are the technologies that patrol officers are using in the field, and are they using the technology in the best way that is most efficient for the work they're doing. And so that's one piece of it. Looking at other technology and data sharing and other things that were brought up, and even automated license plate readers, some of those other things, that's an entirely different conversation that circulates around various crime fighting efforts. Again, our focus was primarily on the looking at the field technology aspects, and then of course looking at certain operational aspects. And along those lines, I want to add just real quickly, and I didn't say this at the beginning, this project is somewhat finite and structured in terms of at least the staffing study portion. It's a staffing study, not a full operations and management study. Barry Dunn does full operations and management studies, which include other points of inquiry that were not included in this because of the way that the work was structured. Again, the main portion of this report has to do with understanding, do we have the right number of resources against the workloads and demands that are being placed on us? Because of that work, we had to look at certain operational pieces to help inform the staffing and obligated workload numbers. But I just want to be clear that there are some pieces of operations that we did not look in, and one of them is a broad technology review of all the different technologies the police department does, for example, or has at its disposal. The other thing that I wanted to mention, it relates to the idea that available time for officers equals traffic stops. That's certainly one thing they could do at that time. But quite frankly, the point behind having available time or unobligated time for police officers is as much, if not more important, to dedicate to community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing strategies, directed patrols, data-driven approaches to crime and traffic safety. It's more about those things than it is about executing a traffic stop. So certainly while traffic stop numbers may be low for a variety of reasons, and those certainly could increase with the inclusion of additional staff, that's really not the thrust of unobligated time, although it does oftentimes reflect as a significant portion of that work. Lastly, I want to just talk real briefly about alternative response, and I do know that someone had mentioned cahoots. You may or may not know that Barry Dunn was the first organization in the 30-year existence of cahoots. We were the first and only organization to study them. About 2 years ago, we were commissioned by the city of Eugene to do an in-depth look at cahoots, and we did that in conjunction with looking at their full alternative response model across the entire city and all their departments. There are pieces and parts. The model for cahoots is a solid model in a lot of ways. There's pieces of parts that will work in certain communities and pieces and parts that do not. But certainly that's part of the conversation that will advance as we step into the next phases of alternative response and looking at what's the best solution for your community. I'm going to step over to, this is the staffing, this is the report, or the, just a summary slide for staffing. Again, you see there's the 7 officers and the 6 non-sworn personnel in the, which would be the CSRs. We're digging into the fire department. Again, we used some CAD data from them to look at certain workloads. Fire departments are different. We don't look at their time on scene. We don't look at the same kind of response mechanics that we do within the police world. It's more about, for fire departments, more about standard of cover. Do we have fire apparatus in the right spaces, ready and able to respond to fire service calls and be at the ready? Certainly we look at volume and nature of calls, and we look at their availability, and we look at response times, but it's not a one-for-one kind of workload versus capacity kind of analysis. Quite frankly, on the fire department side, it's more about do we have the right number of resources in the right number of places to manage the volume and kind of stay in that within those kind of geographic places that are established by the districts and where your fire apparatus are disseminated. So similar to the police department, we looked at CAD data for the fire department, and you'll see here, this is a very interesting figure, because what you see, the blue bar is the total volume of the fire department, annual volume of the fire department, but the green bar is medical calls for service. And you can see very clearly that medical volume very much overwhelms the total amount of volume of work that the fire department does. The reality is that, and I want to be clear about a few things, there are certain medicals that the fire department does not go to. Obviously, there's private ambulance companies that are contracted through the city to respond to EMS, but also the fire department responds to those as well. However, the fire department still responds and sends a full company, a full fire department unit apparatus, one of those big red trucks with people in it, to any medical they go to, they send one of those units. That results in wear and tear on those units. It's effectively over-response in many cases, and not necessary, and it oftentimes displaces those units and removes them from a service readiness that's a very crucial part of fire service. Again, not unlike the police department, the largest volume here for the fire department is coming kind of in a 12-hour window between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. And you'll see, as we recommend in a little while, about the rescue utility unit, we've particularly looked at that as a potential isolated time window as a starting point for looking at that particular service. This is another really interesting table because it shows in a very different way all the medicals, which are the blue bar at the top, and everything else on the bottom. And you can see that there's a very small number comparatively, and even as we split out those types of volume, you can see that those numbers are very low comparatively. And by the way, a lot of those things on the bottom tend to take the most time for fire units. So medicals, while certainly, and to be clear, there are medicals where the fire department should be responding, right? We think about those most life-threatening, most serious medicals. However, again, even though the fire department has done some work in trying to reduce that number, there's an opportunity to increase that work and to further isolate types of medical calls for service that don't require a fire response at all. And if they do require a fire response, is there another way for us to do that more effectively? There's a couple of figures in here that that we collected from your city analytics folks, and this is one of them. I did not create this table, but as we looked at the data and we had conversations with those staff, we realized that we were looking at similar data, but they were looking at more longitudinal data, and we thought it was reasonable to add this table. In fact, you may have seen this, or this figure, you may have actually seen this one before. But what you can see here is that the medicals, which are the blue line, by far are out, as we've shown, and this has been over time. This table goes from 2013 to 2023, and you can see that those other calls that we were showing before have stayed relatively constant, while medicals continue to soar in terms of overall volume. This is another table that we kind of talked about, and this is what we call out-of-area response. City staff call this overlap incident. But effectively what this is imagine that you have your 4 fire district, your 4 fire stations. If the apparatus from fire station 1 goes to fire station 2, that's an overlap incident or an out-of-area incident. Like I described with the police department, when we start sending fire unit 1 down to district 2 and so forth, pretty soon everybody's out of position. And in fact, the potential exists that you may have all of your fire apparatus in one corner of the community while you have other sections of the community that are effectively uncovered and don't have a unit available. One of the things that we learned is that METCAD implemented somewhat recently AVL, or Automated Vehicle Locator systems, that's GPS-oriented dispatching. We have a call here. We can see by GPS that fire rig X is the closest. Let's send them. And that's what they've been doing for about the last 18 months. What you see in the spike, the purple line that's showing a spike, is effectively the overlap incidents that have been occurring since AVL kind of went into play. The bottom line is that the use, first of all, again, Barry Dunleavy looked at 1 year of data. Your city staff have looked at multiple years of data. But the bottom line is that the indiscriminate use of AVL, that is, dispatch, if they get a call, they use AVL. A lot of organizations that use AVL on the police side or the fire side do so in a more discerning manner. We're only going to use AVL for priority 1 or priority 2 types of calls, or for calls in which there's going to be an elongated response time and we need to send someone. METCAD does not do that currently. Instead, they use AVL basically for all fire service calls. And what that means is, if I'm the District 1 unit and I'm in District 2 on a call, and I'm finishing up my call and another call comes out in District 2, guess who's going to it? It might very well be that out-of-place unit. And again, for purposes of understanding standards of cover, it's preferred in the fire service that we keep those units closer to home with some regularity. One of the reasons that that's important is the Insurance Services Office does, they do an analysis of your fire department's readiness to manage fire incidents within your community. And their ratings ultimately affect homeowners' rates for everyone in your community. They have a very detailed system for doing so. This is an excerpt from a long report. But what's important here is that the number of engine companies in line 513, you got all the maximum points on that. The credit for deployment analysis was a little bit low, and also the company personnel was a little bit low. The company personnel has to do with how many people are on each fire truck, and there are national standards for that. They're not etched in stone. Not everyone necessarily subscribes to those. They come out of the National Fire Prevention Association, but they are looked at as a bit of a litmus test for understanding how many staff should be dedicated to a particular fire apparatus for operation, and how many fire personnel you need to manage a full-scale fire event. And by the way, there's a copy of this standard in the appendix of the report if you haven't already seen that. But again, the lowest reduction in this particular model has to do with line 571. You can see that there's, out of 15 points, they only rated a 9.61. Ultimately, this is the final point, and you can see that generally where the city lost its most points has to do with that prior slide, the fire department piece, and you're about 7.95 points low in that particular area, most of which is a result of your fire department staffing and what those numbers look like. I mentioned the rescue utility unit before. Again, to put this into context, presently you're sending large fire trucks to go to some relatively minor circumstances or cases that really don't require us sending 3 or 4 qualified firefighters to go to a specific circumstance. A lot of organizations use something similar to what we've recommended. They call it different things in other places. But what we're suggesting is to implement the use of a rescue utility unit, which effectively would be a single apparatus that would be routed to a lot of these calls and alleviate the need to send a full company of fire personnel to those service types that just don't require it. What you see here is similar to the police department side. You see a shift relief factor here, and effectively, if you were to implement a RUU for one shift for 12 hours every day, it would take 6 full-time personnel in order to manage that volume. I want to dig into, just kind of go through some recommendations, and I did want to mention, there was a couple people that called out the fact that there were no critical recommendations within the report. That's a category that we typically use for things that are illegal, or for things that the agency needs to respond to immediately before the report is issued. In other words, as we're doing our project work, we see something and we say, wow, you should not be doing that, or you absolutely need to be doing this. And in those cases, we will actually write something called an emergent issues memo that goes to the city that says, you need to act on this right now. You can't afford to wait 3 months or 6 months for the rest of this report to come out. I don't want anyone to mistake the fact that there's no critical pieces to say there's nothing important. The criticality piece, that category, again, relates to those things that are so urgent that they need to be immediately repaired. And so the absence of that is a good thing. But again, and we did not find any of those either with the police department or the fire department. What you see here are the high-level recommendations from the report. And again, there's also some that are in the medium category. Number one, and again, these all have a recommendation number here so that you can reference them. And by the way, this PowerPoint has already been sent to the city, and I'm sure they'll circulate it to you if you don't at some point. First recommendation is, again, we've talked about this, adding 7 sworn positions and 3 non-sworn community service responder positions. The second one has to do with internal affairs investigations. One of the things that's really important is if you're going to do an internal affairs investigation, you should have training in that. For anybody that's been involved in HR, you can get in a lot of trouble if you ask the wrong questions or you do the wrong things. The same kind of thing can happen in an internal affairs investigation. And we see this from time to time with organizations that try to move certain low-level investigations to supervisors or other personnel. And our recommendation is that's fine, but make sure they have internal affairs investigations training so that they don't step out of bounds somewhere. So those are the 2 kind of high-level ones for the police department. Then we get into some fire department ones. The first one is getting into some new and updated vision statements and including a strategic plan. To be clear, the fire department has within its policies a philosophy and values, and those are important things. But for example, tonight you talked about what you want to accomplish as a council. The fire department needs to do that same kind of process. Things that are in policy are kind of those unchanging, cultural pieces that we want to adhere to, but we also need to have a roadmap that is kind of in an evolving fashion. So that's what this recommendation is about. The fire department would benefit from getting into a process of developing a more strategic plan and setting goals and objectives for near and kind of midterm. As we mentioned, the MetCAD has effectively been using AVL indiscriminately, and this is something that really the system would benefit from some additional conversation and working with MetCAD and other county fire departments to talk about how to better align when AVL should be used and the circumstances that it should be used within. Other thing is that the department would benefit from having a policy on when they can waive AVL use. That is happening in an ad hoc basis currently, but it would be very helpful for there to be specific criteria and policy around this, empowering fire supervisors to deviate from strict AVL dispatching when appropriate. I mentioned the RUU, again, kind of going through that and figuring out what the best mechanism for deploying that is. I will tell you that, and this is in the report as well, we've had some conversation with city staff. There may be some alternative thoughts around how to deploy an RUU, and so certainly those conversations should continue and be considered as that recommendation is examined further. And then lastly, looking at, again, the fire department should take a hard look at all of the EMS kind of responses, ambulance-related responses that they're going to, and ask, are these the things that we need to go to? And keep in mind that there are dispatch uses certain protocols for when fire is sent to different things. Some of those can be modified. It's hard to do that unless everybody agrees across the county, but there are opportunities for the fire department to set their own policies and protocols on those as well. And with that, talk a little bit about next steps here. Obviously, we have finalized the essential call for service piece, and I mentioned I would talk about that before. What this looks like is looking at all the different call for service types that the police department goes to and whittling those down to look at which of these might be divertible in some fashion. And those diversions, again, could be in the form of non-sworn response, telephonic, online reporting. It could be additional resources that we haven't considered. It could be external resources. It could be a number of different processes. What's going to come out first is a description of that data along with some research that Barry Dunn has done on alternative models that are out there. And we have, again, looked at that again and updated that. That will be the next piece. Following that, then, is the conversation about, let's talk about how we build an alternative response plan, and what does this look like now going forward? Who do we bring into those conversations? How do we hold those conversations? And how do we construct and consider what those other response types might, or what those other resources might look like, whether they're existing resources or resources that we may want to consider. For example, you already have the mental health response detective within the police department and in a co-response model. There may be an opportunity to expand that or to do some different things with that. We'll have those conversations. And then ultimately, we will develop that into a written document and provide some dollars around what it looks like to do those pieces. And ultimately then, once we'll also put into some structure an implementation strategy for you once there's an acceptance of that plan. So that's a lot of talking. I'm done. I will just leave this up in the event that somebody wants me to go back to a different slide, but otherwise I'm going to stop talking and I'll take any questions. There probably aren't any, but
You're gonna have to keep talking, I think. I know you have lots of questions. We'll get right to them. I just wanted to publicly highlight, this is such a data-dense report, almost 300 pages, and it's just remarkable. And there's some people here who just went to extraordinary efforts to get you the data that you needed to look at. And Deputy Chief Rich Searles was just heroic efforts to work with RMS and CAD and MedCAD under the leadership of Chief Boone, Chief Dade and his team, and Tarek out there in the audience. Tarek is the data analyst magician who just, he's extremely great efforts there. And Carol Mitten in reviewing this report with a fine-tooth comb. So it's been a citywide effort, and I just want to thank everybody.
I want to, as long as you're saying that, I do want to say that, you know, we go through these processes a lot of times, and we get very little feedback from clients on the front end, and that was not the case here, which is a good thing. And you know who you are, who I'm talking about. But there was very thorough and robust feedback and questions about this report as we went through. And again, this did not occur in a vacuum. This happened over and throughout the course of the report. So this did undergo substantial review and conversation and explanation to folks along the way, and clarification in some areas where we had to make sure we had represented things properly. So I really do thank them for that. Ultimately, this is a better product for it. And so, again, we appreciate that.
Well, one thing we're not lacking in Urbana is feedback, so you'll be getting it. Okay, we'll start this way for James.
Hi, thank you very much. That was a lot of talking, but it came with a lot of data, so it's very much appreciated. I have two quick things and two a little more substantial things. What I heard early on is that when you went through the data, the times that we ended up looking at, the totals, actually had duplicates that you removed and types of, I think you mentioned extra patrols that were removed. So what we're seeing here as totals are really distilled amounts. They're not, there's no fluff in them.
That's correct. This is really, the stuff that's not workload has been pulled out.
Okay. And then the other thing I just wanted to call out, because there was a question about it earlier, was the place where I saw the use of additional technology discussed. One of the things I saw in there was an encouragement to have a community discussion, have an advisory discussion about the implementation of any additional technology, where the community can be a part of it to make sure it fits what we want to be able to do in Urbana. Is that,
Yeah,
did
I mean,
read that
I'll give you an
accurately?
example. We did some work in another community that was considering the use of flock cameras, if you've heard of them here. And certainly people in different areas have had conversations about whether they think they're appropriate or not. It's not our position to weigh in on that, but to say, is that, as an example, a tool you want to talk about? So as you, for the very reasons that were brought up, what is your community value, and what things do you want to have available? And so that conversation should really be a collaborative piece. I will tell you one of the tenets within the 21st Century Policing Task Force report that President Obama commissioned is a brief little piece in the middle about co-production policing. And if you haven't seen it, it might be worth searching the document for that. But effectively, it says that the police should be co-producing public safety with the community, as opposed to doing things to or for them. And so Barry Dunn takes a very collaborative approach to many, many, many pieces of public safety, and that means collaborating with the community in these kinds of conversations, so that, again, there is transparency and the relevant data can be expressed and people can make informed decisions, including governing bodies.
Okay, and it's a good thing you left this up, because I'd like you to roll it back to the display that had the average number of hours per year. I think there was a long, tall table that had that breakdown. Because I want to ask a question about a particular thing I saw in there.
Is this on
this
the,
was the
this one?
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah.
I noticed the comp used item, which was
Yeah, a lot of
high
cities.
compared to the study average.
Yeah, a lot
And
of cities convert holidays into comp.
Okay.
And so, it's not uncommon for us to see certain, instead of it being, you take that day off as a holiday, a lot of times they get converted into
So
comp.
the thing on, the column on the left is us, and the
Yes.
column on the right is the comparison.
Yes,
the
that's
normal-
correct.
The norm list. So we have people who are using comp time in a much greater capacity than our peers.
Yes, however, it has, most likely has to do with how you structure your holiday time that's being taken off.
Okay, I
So
was just
comp time
curious.
typically, a lot of times, when we think of comp time, usually that means overtime converted into leave time.
That's what
and-
I was wondering, if it
yeah,
was about
and-
with, like, oversaturating people to cover shifts because we have missing
In your
staff.
case, I'm quite certain that that amount is primarily related to holidays.
So people working on holidays getting comp time and
No,
taking it later?
they get a holiday as leave time, right?
Okay, and then, okay, last thing, I was particularly interested in the AVL conversation, because first I had to look it up and understand what the heck it was. But in the area where you describe how MetCAD indiscriminately uses AVL, I think that's the term that you used, is that limited to Urbana, covering Urbana, or did you see that that's also involving, we're proximate to, because we're
You're not going to, they're not
not a
going to send.
mutual aid thing, right?
No, they're not going to send an Urbana fire truck out of the fire service territory because they're closer.
Not
Now,
just-
they might for mutual aid.
And on the right side of Wright Street, which divides the two cities, they're not going to say, oh, there's something on the left side of Wright Street, we're going to use the Urbana truck, because it's there.
Generally, that's not how AVL is used.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay.
Well, I honestly.
That's one of the things I'm concerned about.
I don't think that's the issue. And I will say, by the way, in the report, we talk about this too. When you leave an area uncovered, like if the fire department has a major call and they send a lot of units there, they will call for another city to come in and stage in a part of the city so that they're covering. The reason they do that is so that someone's there just in case. But that doesn't, the way that you're circulating your fire trucks right now, there's oftentimes periods where there isn't anybody in a particular area where there really probably should be a little more focus on that. So, but to your point, I don't think it's an issue of them responding out of their service territory for AVL.
Okay.
Once upon a time, right before AVL, we had a unit that was allocated to an area, and that's who got sent. AVL made it easier in some ways, but it's made it more complicated in other ways.
Sounds like it made it too easy, and maybe, well, and I mean, there's a deeper question. We can talk about this later, which is, different kinds of equipment in different stations, so that may play a part in it. But it's such a substantial number, I can't get it out of my head. Thank you, I appreciate it.
I think, should we just go down the dais? Grace, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Michelle. I was wondering, maybe while we're on the tables here, could you go to table 2.60? I think it should be.
I have to find it.
The one about this one, yeah. So I was trying to understand. So you're saying, like, for example, from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., the calls for services require 10 officers. Is that right?
From 11 a.m. till, yes.
And Barry Dunn recommends we have 4.
The reason that we say 4 is that if you shift some of the officers from that 10, if you put some of them on the day shift, and then you put some of them on the evening shift, you will have 10 over that period.
Because are you talking about changing the time periods?
No, what I'm saying is, that because the way your shifts work, if you have 6 on during the day, during your main day shift, and you put 4 in the middle, right, you're going to have 10. You follow me?
Yes, but not from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. when you need 10.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, because you have 6 in the morning. They start at 7 o'clock. I confused you. Let me say this a different way. If you were to think about the numbers in the orange as being 12-hour shifts, the first set, there's 6 people that are going to work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yeah, so you're changing the time up at the top. Is changing on your
Yes,
suggestion.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Yep, because otherwise that doesn't make sense. Okay, thank you. Other question was, I think a big picture one from a lot of the community is, how can Barry Dunn recommend more staffing at this point in phase 1 before looking at alternative models that might reduce some of that calls for service that are needing police requirement?
That's a good question. The first thing I would say is the volume that you have right now is much greater than your ability to respond to it, irrespective of the fact that you've been short personnel. So you have a need to fill that gap, number one. The second thing is that again, as is typical in the work that we do, we oftentimes try to shift work to lower cost resources when it doesn't require sworn officers to go there. The alternative response piece encompasses part of those CSRs because they're going to be able to respond to a lot of volume that otherwise currently police officers go to. So it's already kind of a preemptive front loading of alternative response personnel within your system. The other thing is that as you look at bringing in other resources, those other resources are generally not going to reduce obligated workload. They're going to come in at an additional expense to you, but they typically don't reduce the workloads. Oftentimes, though, they're co-response models or other models that are, and again, I know that some folks have thrown around, things like Cahoots and other programs. Some of the data that has been attributed to Cahoots as being accurate, there are some challenges with some of that data and some of the things that they've espoused in terms of the percentage of volume. I can tell you that Eugene Police Department has an abundance of volume that Cahoots doesn't respond to. So the short answer to your question is there are other pieces to the alternative response piece that are going to come in these next couple of sections. There's a need currently, and we would argue a pressing need to add additional staff to balance current workloads, and it's going to take you a long time to get there. And even if you approved things now, it's going to take a long time to get there. So there's a part of the recommendation involves managing known obligated workload that we have to send cops to, and part of the recommendation involves a shift in those types of service response that you could send alternative resources to.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think very premature until we explore the alternatives. I was wondering also who set the goal of 30 to 40% unobligated time?
Well,
where does that goal come from?
That's a national standard. It's been used by the International Association of Chiefs of Police for a couple of decades. The Police Executive Research Forum, or PERF, you may have heard of them. They do something similar. It's a little different. They use a 60-40 model. Effectively, they group the first two 30% that we do. We intentionally don't do that because it's very, very difficult to calculate the second bucket. But yeah.
Thank you. And then my last one was, I didn't see specifically, I don't know if you could highlight any community input so far, if that's in the report or influenced in here in this phase yet.
Well, certainly we did have meetings with the community. We talked about alternative response, and what I would suggest is there's sections within the report that talk about community feedback, and certainly there's more to do with that, particularly around alternative response. And again, as I said, those are additional phases yet to come.
Thank you.
So you talked about this 5-beat structure and geographic policing. When you are talking about adding the more officers, are you adding more beats or adding more officers to beats, or is that up to, internal operations? What is the recommendation?
Yeah, so we have not completed the beat analysis piece yet, but again, if you think about it like this, if you have 5 beats and you only have 5 officers to staff them per shift, you could see that very quickly we're going to be pulling people from different beats pretty regularly. So even in the structure that you have here, that's up in this slide, there's, and again, these are conversations we still need to look at and look at the data. We will do, there's some additional pieces we're going to do relative to beat analysis, but one solution would be to reduce the number of beats, but to increase the number of people that are assigned to the beats so that people don't have to leave their designated area as frequently. So there's different ways to do that. You can use roving units, so you may have 1 or 2 officers assigned to a beat and then have 1 or 2, kind of like the RUU that we're proposing for the fire department. You may have 1 or 2 officers that are not designated to the beats, or you might have a north officer and a south officer. So there's a number of different configurations, and certainly we haven't formed all of that, and ultimately that'll be an operations decision for the chief and his staff.
Thank you. And then my other question was, with the CSRs, you're recommending adding 6. Now, would they also be in the 3 shifts as well, or do you see them operating more in the daytime or in that 11 to 11 time?
Yeah, that's a great question. And really, the vision here is you need the help in the middle of the day during that 12-hour window. And quite frankly, that's when the types of calls that are going to be most appropriate for that kind of non-sworn response are most prevalent.
Yeah, thank you for this information. I know there's a lot to process. I think a lot of us are still taking it all in, but I appreciate the presentation. I have a feeling you'll be getting some follow-up questions from us for community feedback. I just want to go back to Grace's question to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So in terms of the staffing recommendations, you said it's based off of, current call volumes or the current volume. Is that, I guess, how are you factoring in the recommendations for moving some of those responsibilities away from sworn officers if you're looking at that current volume? I feel like that's still not super clear to me.
So you have a fixed volume of work currently. Your fixed volume of work requires 44 personnel in patrol to manage. The shift is taking a portion of that volume away from sworn officers and allocating it to less expensive resources in the form of community service responders. So effectively, we're saying X is your volume and Y is your capacity, and you need 13 more personnel to balance those two. As you talk about, as the conversation progresses toward additional alternative response, it's unlikely that you're going to significantly reduce obligated workload even through the additional things that come out of those types of additional resources, which is why our position is it's not premature to advance your budget based on the recommendations.
Thank you. That's clear. Trying to think of how best to frame my next question. Because some of this too, I think, as we're looking at these pieces and we're coming up on budget season, right, is, this is helpful, but it's also part of a larger puzzle, right? Of, there are only so many resources. And this isn't exactly a question, but I guess it's just something that I think, we've got, so many of our officers here today. I think it would be nice for them to be able to say, okay, this is what the plan is, community members, same thing. But I said this when a request for increased staffing came up before. I think it's also important for us to recognize that this is part of a larger discussion, right? That the staffing recommendations are part of this project, which, the mayor provided some context of where this was coming from. I will say for myself, as one of the people who initially secured funding for this project, when Councilmember Bishop and myself said, we wanted a better understanding, it was specifically around alternate or co-responder models, that we were given an option that some of us did not feel like was well supported as a response for this community. And I know this is a bit of a tangent, but I do think it's important for folks who are listening to understand that this is expanded considerably farther, and I think that's an opportunity for us to look at this more holistically. But this really came out of a desire to say, okay, we're being presented a model for crisis response, which is a follow-up model. What are our other options? And so I think that piece, I hear what you're saying, right, of like the workload is the workload. That work's going to be there. But I do think that for some of our community members, having the opportunity to continue to engage in that conversation is going to be important as we move forward. And I've forgotten my other question, so I will let someone else ask one and come back.
We'll come back. I do want to ask for an extension of time till 11 o'clock. I think there's enough questions to fill that time.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you. Chris?
Thanks for the presentation. I guess this is a question for both Carol Mitten and you. I sent a lot of questions, and I'm wondering, and you obviously couldn't get to them all. So I'm wondering is there going to be a point where you're going to be able to answer later other questions?
Yes, there'll be a point later. So if you want to ask some of any of your questions right now, but all of them will be answered. And I think Michelle's going to arrange to come back also to continue the conversation.
Well, they don't have to be verbal. I mean, is there a way to, because some of them are just strictly like, I need a number or I need a, okay.
Yeah, we can just circulate we can answer those in writing and circulate them also.
Yeah, I sent out an email earlier today because I know there's going to be a ton of questions, especially as you go through the report. So if you're not getting if your questions aren't answered tonight, send them to Carol. She'll compile them, forward them to whoever can answer them. Some of them are numbers that the police department can answer, some that Michelle will answer. But they should go through Carol so you're not bombarding
It would be nice to get one list.
You'll get one list, yes.
That will be helpful.
It might be a very long list.
I understand.
Okay.
I guess then I'll just do one question and give it over to Mary Alice. How many calls for service, on average, per 12-hour shift do officers answer? Because I saw several numbers. One was a self-reported number, one was what they could manage, one was what the actual numerical number was from CAD. So could you, and maybe you can't do it now, but is there a number of, the average number of calls for service an officer goes to on a shift?
The answer is we probably don't know. One of the problems that you run into is on any given day, you may have 2 less officers working than you should. We also know that if you look at this call for service distribution, officers that are working overnight from 11 to 6, or working that overnight shift, they're going to take a smaller number of calls on average. The officers that are obviously working during that day shift, or anyone that's working across that peak volume, is going to take more on average. What we can say within which is in the report, is based on the available time they have and how long it takes them to take a call, we can say here's what a manageable number is per shift per officer to take. I don't have that number in front of me right now, but one of the challenges is that as we start to look at those averages, because calls aren't distributed equally even across the hours, it's just hard to say how many. You may have. It would be possible to calculate the average, but I'm not sure that it would necessarily be accurate in terms of what officers are experiencing, if that makes any sense.
It's my turn. One point that you haven't brought up, which I thought was really interesting, was a conversation about mutual aid. So we operate in an area that has multiple police departments, sheriff departments here and so forth. And if I remember correctly, we actually help out our neighbors the equivalent of 2 FTE versus 1 that they give us. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers. It seems to me it was somewhere around 1,100 hours that y'all are doing to like 600 coming back or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
And so effectively, and I will say this, that we had a number of conversations about the CAD data. I'm comfortable with the CAD data, but the whole mutual aid piece is complicated just because of the way that units are recorded in CAD, and all that's to say that based on, and we ran this a couple of different times to try to be sure of that number, but it does appear that you do provide more mutual aid than what you receive.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that the recommendations here in terms of staffing, some of the things that are getting mixed up is the alternative response. And so right now we have kind of 2, I'm going to call them alternative response for lack of a better phrase right now. One is the CSRs is what we're calling them, right? And then the other one is the RUU, the RU, right? Okay, so you've got alternative response basically, or a segment for fire and one for police. And what I heard you say is that CRS could potentially become the alternative response. But in this particular study, it is indicated for the activities that might not need a sworn officer. It's not necessarily the alternative.
That's a really good question, and in fact, I made a note on that, and I forgot to mention it. The intent is not for the CSRs to be your mental health responders. That is not the intent of it. CSRs are uniformed, non-sworn, and again, these are used in police departments all over the country successfully. Let me say it this way. When we talk about, in the context of alternative response, there's a couple of pieces to the puzzle. One of them is internal alternative response. What should we do differently internally right now? And so that's part of what we're talking about with the CSRs and with the RUU. What should we do differently to do things more efficiently, more effectively internally? Then there's a whole other section about what about this other stuff that's some of which maybe should be outsourced in whole or in part. And certainly the most common area that comes up is mental health and crisis response. That's the most frequent. If you look at all the models that are out there nationally, that's the most common category that comes up. And so within the, there are various models out there in which we have embedded social workers, we have co-response, we have contracted response. So that's that's another piece of the puzzle yet to be explored as a part of this next section.
I think that some of the comments from today was concerned about having, one of the arguments is that having that alternative response for mental health and so forth shouldn't be embedded in the police department. I just kind of want to make everybody clear that that's not what's in this particular part of the study.
There was a comment made about the CSRs doing mental health response. That is not the purpose of those units. It's to go to those police, those types of things that require a police response, but not necessarily a police officer response.
All right. I will send more detailed questions, but those are the big ones I have. And I just want to say that I've done this type of work before. It's a huge lift, a really, really big one. So thank you very much for all the details, all the data. I understand that not everybody is going to read this 250-page report, but if you have a question, I would look here and see if you can find it first, because there's a lot of information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there more questions?
I have a follow-up. Sure. Michelle, I thought we were trying to develop an alternative response because police officers were responding to mental health calls.
Well, again, this is a phased project.
Right.
The first phase was to look at your staffing, to look at your workloads against your capacities. That's what this is. And this is examining your current conditions. It's looking at various kind of service types that you have. You do have trained mental health practitioners in your police department. In fact, a lot of mental health practitioners would tell you that police officers are responding to more mental health patients daily than they see. But whether there are a lot of different models out there that suggest maybe there's a better way to do that, and there have been a lot of those executed. So this first section is not really intended to answer the question of how do we do our mental health response. That's a different piece of the puzzle.
Jay and then Grace.
I remembered my question, which was prompted by Mary Alice's. So with the CSRs being, separate from the conversation about alternate response, and this is a question I've heard from community members, can you talk a bit about why those positions should still be part of the police department then?
Well, because they're going to go to motor vehicle crashes, and they're going to need lights on their vehicles to block traffic. And again, the types of, and even in the survey that went out to the community, the question was about diverting certain calls to non-sworn responders. And that data will be forthcoming, but there was a very positive response from the community and stakeholders about that. The types of calls that you would that you would shift to these resources are the kinds of calls that police inherently need to manage. Now, again, as we go through this next phase and start isolating some of the other call for service types that might be amenable to some other type of response, there may be an opportunity to, again, use an existing resource. I'll give you a simple example. In my police department, we used to do vehicle unlocks, right? Person goes to the grocery store, lock their keys in the car, kind of a thing. We found out we were doing like 500 of these a year. And we said, we just can't do it anymore. And we said, we've got a towing company and a locksmith right here that can do this kind of work. You might say as a city, well, gee, we know that's expensive. It can, a lot of these companies charge a lot of money to do that. You could negotiate a fee, for example, with a towing company, or you could even allocate a certain amount of money as a stipend to help offset the cost of that. So for example, if a towing company was going to charge $50, maybe the city pays $25 toward that. Is it worth $25, 500 times a year for you rather than sending police officers to that, right? So that's just one example of how we might reimagine taking a call that right now the police are going to and saying, I'm not even sure if we should go to this at all. So there is a list of those types of calls that we need to have further conversation about and what that looks like in terms of whether they can be outsourced in part or in whole or in some other mechanism.
Thanks. And so I guess the question I think boils down to, is this a serious recommendation based on just this first phase, or do you see that a city takes all of your phases as a comprehensive package before making major changes? And I guess a little context there is, you know, as we were talking about with the staff and the mental health, and I hear you say that you think it's unlikely to significantly reduce the workload, but we don't know yet until we've done it. You know, hypothetically, if most of our mental health and domestic violence calls could be diverted through an alternative model, I'd say that would be pretty significant. And I know you're looking at each phase at a time, but if you were seriously suggesting that we increase staff after just this first phase, that shoots us in the foot for later things. If we increase city spending by $2 million per year or more for the suggested increase in officers, that leaves no money left for an alternative model. So I think this is where we're hearing some of these questions about how does it make sense to do just this phase first? And I guess my question to you is that how you see it as sequential stages, or your recommendation now needs to be taken in context with the other phases in the full report once it's finished?
Well, as I've said, the recommendation is to balance your current obligated workloads. There's a lot of conversation around the other pieces that you're bringing up, those responses to some of those categories, even the ones that you mentioned. And there's significant disagreement about whether those should be done outside of the police department, particularly in the cases of DV, for example. And I can tell you that in other models, even when there are mental health support units in other places, oftentimes the police department is the primary or first responder or gets called in to support those units. Our experience has not been that it's a significant reduction in overall workload volume. Certainly, some of that could occur. And I don't know if it was Councilmember Colasetti that was talking about this, but or who it was, but also we're talking about, and you've highlighted this is a big fiscal note. And you know, most of the time when we make recommendations of this kind, communities don't try to eat the whole apple in one sitting. So the recommendations that we provided to you are, we think they're sound, we think they're appropriate. Does that mean that you're going to be able to add all of those people in the next 6 months, 12 months? Probably not. So is it possible that some of those numbers could adjust as you go forward and as additional alternative response conversations occur? Certainly.
Any other comments or questions at this point? Could you just summarize next steps again, just so we all are on the same page?
Yeah, so just so you know, the alternative or the essential call for service report is in process. Hoping to have that done within the next couple of weeks. And what that's going to show is, here's our calls, here's which ones we think we absolutely need to go to, here's ones that might be divertible, here's some other possible resources, et cetera. Once following that, the next section is going to be having some more conversations about what do we do with this? What does this information tell us? What do we want to do next? What other conversations do we need to have to talk about what we want to pursue in terms of additional resources or shifted resources? And then ultimately, once that is kind of nailed down, and again, we're going to, once we have an understanding of what those are, we'll provide you with some financial estimates to kind of show you what that would cost to do. And then we're going to bring that back, circulate that, have a conversation about what do you want to do, how do you want to do it, and we can help you construct an implementation plan to advance.
And again, in the meantime, any questions, please send them to Carol, and she'll distribute them to the appropriate responders. And thanks to all the first responders who attended the meeting tonight, and for your help throughout this report. Thank you, Michelle.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, last item on the agenda is discussion on allowing skateboarding on a city parking lot.
Yes, thank you. Chris and I wanted to bring this one after it's been in some discussion lately. Carol was kind enough to let me know that you said Elizabeth Hannon is usually the one in charge of insurance stuff, so some of my particular questions aren't able to be answered tonight. And given that understanding that not all of our, or maybe any of our questions can be answered tonight, I think it's still important to have this discussion just to gauge with council members if we're on the same page of supporting this. I thought about trying to slip it in as a goal, but I thought I was already pushing it with the other ones I was suggesting. So yeah, I'm curious to get input on council members if we support trying to do this, and then maybe compiling some questions so that we can try and address some of the barriers and solutions to making it happen.
I'd like to bring folks up to date. I did send an email around, but I'll say it publicly again. We had another conversation with the Park District head, Tim Bartlett. I know some of you have met with him as well. The good news is that I think everyone is on board with supporting the long-term goal of a skate park, of a skate facility. Tim Bartlett did let us know that that the immediate goals of the Park District are to finish the construction of the Health and Wellness Center. It's currently running about $2 million over budget, so they're dipping into reserves for that. They need another $2 million to complete the outdoor portion of this project, which is the splash pad, the playground, the walking trails, the basketball court, the activities that will surround this facility. So that's their immediate goal, and that's going to involve seeking more grants and fundraising and a combination of that. But everybody, and including, I think, those of us in the city, I mean, I think it's a great idea. We think it's a great idea. Short term, I know you are interested in a DIY approach to the parking lot, and the parking lot north of 25 O'Clock Brewery is the one folks have had their eye on, and it's a huge space. The suggestion, and I think is a good place to start, it's not the end result, but it's a place to start, is to work with the Park District to sponsor some pop-up events at that parking lot. Something that I think it's important for the community to understand, and folks who've lived in other places come here and they scratch their heads when they look at how fractured our functions of government are in this, maybe it's the statewide, but you know, we have city government, we have the Park District, which is responsible for parks and recreational programming, which this falls under. We have the school district, but the Park District is a separate taxing body. The school district is a taxing body with its own board. The Mass Transit District is a separate taxing body. The Township is a separate taxing body. So if you come from a community where you think, well, why can't the city run, you know, the skate park or do this or do that, or, you know, I get a lot of calls complaining about the schools sometimes or asking about school stuff. People don't understand how functions are divided in this town. So while we can provide space for these pop-up skating events this summer with city parking lots, we can provide actually some funding that will be needed, because, you know, there's some things that are going to cost some money there in terms of personnel and perhaps barriers and porta potties and stuff like that. It's the Park District who's got the expertise in actually the programming and the contacts with the companies that bring these things in. And that's how we can activate that space, and the goal would be to get that space activated summer and through the fall. Depends on what it will cost each time and how to do it. But it's a beginning. It's not everything that you're asking for, but I think it's a very good way to start and get something going there sooner rather than later, especially if we can collaborate with the Park District. We have a long history of the city and the Park District working together. We built paths in Crystal Lake Park. We helped them with the complete renovation of the lake in Crystal Lake Park. We'll be working with the Park District with the new paths through the ITEP grant on the edge of Weaver Park that connects the Kickapoo Rail Trail down to the Health and Wellness Center and the neighborhood south. We'll be working with the Park District on, what else did we do? Well, we built the stormwater basin in Crystal Lake Park. So lots of collaboration over the years with the Park District, and this would just be another example. We'd need an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement covering who does what. The risk management end of things is the insurance end of things. So that's what the conversation, what week is it? Last week, centered around. And we do have TIF dollars. This is part of the public realm activation of our downtown spaces. So we would, that's where we are if you're willing to join with us in that effort.
Yeah, and I think there's just a little more I'd like to add, because this has been a conversation for some months, and city staff have been very responsive to questions, because I think, initially it was like, oh my God, how are we going to build this whole thing? And then having conversations with folks, it was like, oh no, they just need a space. So it doesn't seem that complicated. But I think one thing that I found and why it's taking so long is even just a space actually is kind of complicated. And I think that's something, it's not we're not going to do it. That's why it's taking so long. Because, the question about the insurance is actually important, because the city doesn't hold that kind of insurance. We don't do parks and recreational activities in general. And so even if we're like, yeah, cool, go have fun, like have the parking lot, which I think is what we'd like to be able to say. I'd like to be able to say that at least. Then if someone gets hurt, even if it's skate at your own risk, the city is still liable, right? And so that's where it's like, okay, so how do we try to figure out, how do we bring these different pieces together? And I'm just saying, this is my understanding. We'll have the experts weigh in and make sure all the technical things are in place. But I do think it's really confusing when it's like, we just need room, we just need a space. Why is this so hard? It's because we're coming up against all of these other pieces and trying to figure out, okay, well, here's the new challenge that's come up. So how do we try to get around that? How do we figure out, how do we address that? So that's some of my understanding in having conversations with city staff and the mayor. Because again, like for me, I'm like, oh man, we can't build something, we don't have those resources. And it's like, it's something simpler than that, right? It's an awesome idea of how do we bring community together. And I think the goal at this point is to figure out, okay, with the restrictions the city has, what can we do to try to meet this need, right? It is a need in our community for people to have spaces to come and be in community and engage with each other. So I know we'll get more information. I encourage people to continue to ask questions. I think there is some movement, but as Grace was reflecting on about other things earlier, unfortunately things move really slowly. But I'm glad the conversation is continuing. And for me, at least, I think that was helpful to understand, like, why can't we just say, this is the parking lot everybody agrees would be a perfect spot? Why can't we just use it? Is there are these other pieces that are still being worked out?
The good news is there's very willing partners on both sides. Well, I should say all sides, because the skate community is a major partner here. So. Grace?
Thanks. I'm actually still not really clear on that, the level of participation. My understanding is that there's some kind of city ordinance that prohibits skateboarding throughout the city in public spaces, and that's why they're asking for being allowed to skate somewhere. So I think as we're compiling questions on this topic, that's one of mine as well, is what I was hearing originally is that they are not asking the city to build, main, operate, and pay for a skating park. They're just asking for the permission to skate in a certain area, since the city is the one prohibiting it in the first place.
No, it's much more than that.
Okay, so yeah, I appreciate a little more information on that to better understand that situation. And then as far as the insurance questions that we have for a later time, was just wondering how it works with other events on city-owned parking lots like the farmers market throughout the summer. How much liability would we need? And if we do need it, what would be those expected kinds of costs. And knowing that we won't have them now, but just some questions for a later time. And again, I would like to better understand the relationship of how skateboarding works in the city of Urbana and its allowances.
Any other questions you want us to look at? James?
Yeah, I do appreciate the further information on Urbana Park District's plan to do a skate park out on Washington Street. I do want to reemphasize, though, what has been said to us has been a desire to have a skating space in downtown Urbana. And so that's a great option, but from what I'm hearing, the skate park that's in Champaign is also considered to be not in the ideal location, and that leads to its underutilization, and it doesn't support the maker interest, the art interest that is coming together on this. So I'm hoping we find a way to put those things together and listen to the request with the advice and consent of our insurance company.
Well, that's the activation of the parking lot. Addresses that. So, long-term and short-term approaches. Chris?
How long is a pop-up? Like when you say pop-up, how many days, weeks do the skateboarders get to use the lot during a pop-up? And I want to reiterate, I think James, want to echo again what James just said. The ask is for a downtown Urbana skate place. It's great that the Park District is doing their thing. That is going to be a ways off, but the proposal by the skateboard community is for a place in downtown Urbana. And that would be the most beneficial for the downtown in attracting interest, art, people, customers, activity. It was meant to enhance the downtown Urbana area. So I just want to remind us that is, I mean, it's, again, great that the Park District's doing that. People might want to use it out there, that's great, but it's not the central location next to a skate shop that was kind of designed by the skateboard community. How does Spalding Park, Carol Mitten, someday you'll find out, how does Spalding Park handle the insurance issue? The obstacles out at Spalding are more dangerous than anything that they're deciding. So I'd like to know how, whether it's the Champaign Park District covering that or how that's done. There's no staffing at Spalding. You can go out there and skate. Nobody's got to supervise you. So I don't understand where staffing's coming from. So those are some of my questions.
Well, the key word there is park. Spalding Park is the Champaign Park District, which is their responsibility and their area of expertise. Okay, so any other questions that you would like us?
Well, I just want to say, I mean, I know that we keep wanting to say that skateboarding is a recreational activity by a park district, but what we're envisioning is a ethos and an environment that goes well beyond skateboarding. It is a artistic, musical, youth-oriented, family-oriented space that has a business component in it, in that it will attract customers. It is an economic development project, as well as some cool skateboard tricks.
Understood. Okay, with no further business before the council, we are adjourned. Thank you.